All right, my homies. Today, we are going to do some coding. Now, I know we don't do coding very often on here. When we do, we absolutely kill it. So, we're gonna make MWAKS 2.0. MWAKS 2.0. Can't make things bold in Notepad++? No, that can't be right. Whatever. Coding is always fun. Although, Coco, I know you don't strictly believe that. It'd be nice to have some music in the background. Problem is, whenever I put music in the background, my video always gets copyright striked. Which is a real pisser. It's a real pisser. No, I find coding fun. I'm referencing Coco. The fact that I remember trying to teach you to code. And you got bored very quickly. And I'll never forget that. Find copyright-free music. Yeah, but then I have to put the effort in. You'll hear the internet like that, that's why you're late. You're not that late, man. You're not that late. Fun to watch. Understandable. Okay, MWAKS 2.0 is a top-down 2D shooter. Multiplayer arena. Maybe it won't be a shooter. Maybe we'll mix it up. Although it is called MWAKS. No, MWAKS doesn't mention shooting, right? Multiplayer walking and killing simulator. So it doesn't have to involve shooting. Melee weapons. Pick your loadout. But anyway, the basics. Top-down, 2D, multiplayer, arena. It involves people trying to kill each other, basically. That's basically what it involves. Okay, first things first. We don't need to worry about this yet. Let's create a new project in Uni. Look at all my projects. I've gone Unity crazy. A lot of my projects are like, this ain't gonna run on your version of Unity. Which is a bit of a shame. I've got a lot of good stuff in there. Oh look, MWAKS 2.0. I guess we're technically on MWAKS 3.0. We're not writing a description of the game. I'm just trying to figure out the basics of what we want it to be. But it's not actually relevant right now. Let's do a new project. 2D. We're not going 3D. And we'll call this MWAKS. I can't call it MWAKS 2.0. I've already got a project with that name. MWAKS 2.0 was actually MWAKS 1. Let's call this MWAKS 2. Oh, you're not allowed? MWAKS 2. The Reckoning. Right. Nice empty project. Nice empty project. we'll start out doing the boring stuff. By that I mean we'll make a menu screen. Now, do I still have Photoshop installed? Hey Brian, good to see you, man. Have you changed your profile picture? You threw me off there for a sec. Do I still have Photoshop? Buy? Oh, did my trial run out? Alright, Photoshop, how much are you going to rob me? Because I do want Photoshop. I'm buying this for myself. Mm-hmm. 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 What the hell is Adobe Fresco? Look at these pricing plans. Yeah, okay, you can go through the firewall. Look at these pricing plans, right? You want Photoshop? Well, it's going to cost you at least 20 bucks, right? But then look at this. You want Photoshop? It's going to cost you 10 bucks a month. Right? So Photoshop is not starting at 20. Photoshop is starting at 10. These mentalists. I don't know what Adobe Fresco is, and I don't care about cloud storage. F these guys. Anyway, I'm not going to out my payment details to you guys. No, I don't want your stock assets. Add a new payment method. Come on, autocomplete. No? Fine. Fine. You win this round. Ugh, that was clutch. I wonder if I made it. It is monthly, yeah. It's okay, though. I usually let it run out and just, receive a text to verify I'm me. Photoshop. Why you gotta be such a bitch? My phone's got no battery. Oh! Okay, PayPal, you just lost yourself a purchase. I'll just use my card. Honestly. That means I have to go and get my bank details. Rip. I'll be back in a sec. I need Photoshop. Because we're making a game. And we need graphics. Think about it. Look, Coco. I have standards. Download new version, skip new version. F off, Uni. I'll update you later. I'm not using it to make great graphics. Coco. Coco, you got no faith, man. I'm gonna make the kind of art that you could only dream of. You'll see. Do 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 do. Now, I'm fairly sure you guys can't see my second screen. I sure hope that's the case. How was my order placed successfully? How was my order placed successfully? I didn't put all my bank details in. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, usually I do the monthly subscription for Photoshop, and then I just time it out after a month if I'm not still using it. It's quite good. Kind of. It'd be nice if you could just buy Photoshop. But you know, in this day and age, they don't like that. They don't like that kind of thing. So is it installing? Are you installing Photoshop? 'Cause I'm not gonna lie, I don't have much much in the way of hard drive space. I sure hope Photoshop isn't very big. Because, well, I've only got, and I'm not joking, like 10 gig free on my hard drive. On my main hard drive. I've got like a terabyte free on the other one, but I don't like using the other one. Anyway, sample scene. Lifetime version's amazing. Yeah, I probably should think about getting that. It's just, you know, I don't use it very often. So paying $10 for a month whenever I want to use it, it's a pretty good deal. Right. First things first. We need a title, which is going to be an image. Because we're going to make it in Photoshop. Right, canvas. You are screen space overlay, UI scale, scale with screen size. Reference is 1920 by 1080. That should be fine. That doesn't look like 1920 by 1080. In fact, I'm going to make the claim that it's not. That image is huge. Yeah, but in Unity, the way it works, if you're doing UI stuff, it uses a different thing. So you have your main camera, right? This is my camera. This is what it's looking at. And there's nothing there. But for UI, it uses a separate canvas and it doesn't use the camera because it's always overlaid on the camera. So you go to canvas and this is the size. And then this can be used for, like, if you put it here, it's always going to be in the top left of the camera, no matter what. You'll see what I mean. Except that it's totally not. Where are you? Where are you, little cube? Little square. Okay, Photoshop's installed. Cool. Little square? Oh, I put you outside. Yeah, that'd do it. Okay. So if I put that there, see, it's always in the corner. But if I go back to the camera and I put, I don't know, something new in the scene, just a circle, and I put that there, you will see that when I hit play, we get the circle and the square. But if I was to move the camera, come on camera, come on camera. If I move the camera so that it's in the bottom right instead, the square stays where it is because it's UI. So it's pretty handy. Pretty good for doing health bars, etc. that you always want to be in the same place because they're not tied to the camera. So yes, the image is huge. I don't know why they do it this way instead of having like a separate tab, like scene, and then you could have a UI tab. They decided to just put it all in the scene. But it's not my place to question the Unity guys. It's not my place. They can do what they want with their software. But it works all right. Anyway. Circle, get out of here. So, can I open up Photoshop? We're going to make a title. Look, sod off, I don't care. That's like 2 cameras. Yeah, kind of. I mean, you can do as many cameras as you want, which is nice. But yes, conceptually, it's like 2 cameras. Okay, new file. Look, I just want 1080p. Is that so much to ask? Let's stick with square pixels. I feel like square pixels just make sense. What? You guys saw me say 1080p. Right? 1920 width, 1080p height, 32-bit. Oh, right, I need to click custom. I see. That's not misleading at all. No, I shouldn't have to click custom. Whatever. Look. I'm no scientist. I'm no tech wizard. But one thing I do know is that I told this to be 1920 by 1080p. And it even told me it was. Look. If I go File New, Custom. I'm doing it the wrong way around. You saw the numbers flip? Yeah, they have flipped. Right, don't flip. Don't flip, don't flip. 1920, 1080. I never thought this would be the stumbling block. Way! We did it! Right, so this is where we design our UI. First things first, we're going to want a I hate you, Photoshop. I hate you so much. MWAKS 2.0. Don't worry if you can't see this. I can't see it either. MWAKS 2.0. Size. I don't know. 72. Sure. Look. You're not cool. Did Photoshop just give up on life? I swear to God. This is not cool, man. If you do a weird horizontal thing again, vertical thing again, I'm not going to be happy. It crashed, common thing, but it shouldn't be common. Look. I just wanted a transparent background. Coco says, you opened Adobe Creative Cloud, you don't need that open. No, but I'm willing to have it open. I'm willing to have it open. Right, we got there in the end. Now, I feel like just making a bit of text that says MWAKS should not be hard. I wonder what that says. I tried Control-A delete, it didn't work, it complained. It said, no, you're not allowed to delete it. Oh, it's Lorem Ipsum. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Photoshop. I absolutely wanted the writing to go downwards from the right. I mean, this makes total sense, right? This makes total sense. Of course, when I tell it to do text, of course it's going to start in the top right and write backwards and vertically instead of horizontally. Of course! Are they mental? How is that the default? How is that the default? It has become quite a project already. Why does it think Why does it think I want my text to be vertical? Check Discord. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I see that as well, right? I see that as well. But I'm just going to make the argument that none of these will do what we actually want. Right? None of them do what we want. Why has it decided that text should go vertically? That's the real question. In what mad world does it think anyone would want this? I hate you, Photoshop. I hate you so much. I was bigging up Photoshop. You think what I've done is change something the last time I used Photoshop? No, I would have never made the text go like this. There's literally no reason I would ever make the text go like this. Ever. You'd have to be mental to make the text go like this. Ryan says, that's what's picked. Left-hand side, the arrow is going down. Brian! You're a good guy. The game is called MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. When can you expect a release? I expect that within a couple of hours there will be something online that you can play. And if you never played MWAKS 1, all I can say is you're missing out. So it won't let me make it bold by hitting Control B. There's something very weird going on with Photoshop. Look, I just want it to be bold. I don't know what font we should use. Perfect. Let's put a background in place. I think the background is going to be... Yeah, sometimes fonts are like... For now, the background is just going to be a solid colour of... I don't know. Where's the, what do you call it? Paint bucket. For now, the background is red. Look. Could not use the paint bucket because it does not work with 32-bit. I'm not happy with you, Photoshop. Just for the record. I'm not happy with it. There we go, perfect. MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. However, I'll grant you, we need a better font. It is weird how that's got a downwards arrow. Okay, name a font. A font that will do the job for now. Cooper Black. MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. It's so crazy it just might work. So, can I export just that layer? I know you can do layers to files. Destination. I don't know. Create a new folder. Actually, no. Game dev. MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. Assets. Textures. It's not strictly the right word, but it'll do. Title. By pressing that 3D button on top center when I selected that text, you want to know what it'll do. File name prefix. No prefix, please. File type. PNG. Perfection guaranteed. Nice. Try pressing that 3D button on center top. That 3D button on center top. When I selected the text. Oh, this one. You're about to create a 3D layer. Would I like to switch to the 3D workspace? I feel like I'm going out of my element. But then again, I already feel out of my element, so I guess it's fine. Photoshop 3D's features are being discontinued. Many features are not working properly. What have you done, exploiter? Oh my god! You've ruined me! This is bizarre as hell. Try pressing that 3D button. It's definitely not going to break your mind. Hey Rain, creating a type of game I never play. That's not true. I played MWAKS. Please let me undo. Okay, I feel like that maybe worked. It's very hard to say. Why is Photoshop running like dog shit? Just for the record, exploiter is to blame. I feel like pressing that 3D button has really screwed the pooch. How do I change this down to 24? How do I change it back to 24? Because oh my god. Because I'm exporting them as 24-bit PNGs, so it might as well have it at 24. You didn't think it'd be horrible. That's okay, I forgive you, man. All is forgiven, temporarily. Look, let's start again. Except we'll make this 16-bit, fine. Otherwise it's going to complain about stuff. There's nothing in here saying, by the way, your text should look totally dumb, right? MWAKS title. MWAKS menu? I don't know why it's running like trash. I mean, maybe I need to restart my computer. I have had it running for a couple of months, I think. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. First up, image. Pretty sure I didn't tell you to be that, but that's fine. I need to get my units correct. This should scale automatically with the image, right? 546 by 149, really? Ugh. Fine. 546 by 149. Perfect. Position. Let's do 0. $400? I'm no scientist, but that should, you know, be something. There we go. Perfect. We have a game. Now, what's the first thing we need to do? We need to make, theoretically, a menu screen, right? But what do we actually need on said menu screen? What do we actually need? We need join game. They make it work like poo to make you subconsciously buy a better PC because of cap performance on outdated computers. But my computer's not outdated. My computer runs everything fine. I think I just need to restart my machine. I actually think that's the case. Maybe I should just restart my machine. Maybe I should just restart my machine. Let's just restart my machine. It's going to make life easier. I don't think it'll end the stream. Let's just do a restart. And I will be back. It shouldn't take long. Let's say 2 minutes. I should be back. Am I back? Is such a thing even possible? Oh my god, my startup. I forgot about how crazy my startup is. Oh my god, it starts like a million things. Also, just for the record, you know what the problem was? I should have guessed. I should have guessed what the problem was. Should have guessed. Should have known. Computer suddenly having performance issues? Why? Why would my computer suddenly have performance issues? What recurring trend is there where my computer has performance issues? Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Concurrent viewers 0. That's about average. Why would my computer currently have performance issues? The answer to that question is, and it always is, every time, Windows updates. It's as simple as that. Windows updates. Is Windows trying to update and you're refusing to restart your computer? That is going to guarantee a performance hit. Guarantee it. And if you just so happen to not restart your computer for a couple of months, and Windows is sat there like, please, 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 I just want you to restart so I can update, it will absolutely make your computer shit the bed. Which is exactly what it did. It's just a consistent trend. I bet it'll run alright now. Yeah, no, that's fine. It didn't save. Didn't save my file. That's fine. I mean, I told it to save. It decided to save just an empty background. Whatever. Right. Let's get back into the game. Photoshop can wait. At least I have it running now. Not only do I have it running, but it's being responsive, as it should. I swear, It's just Windows updates. So, let's make MWAKS. Let's make MWAKS. We'll start off with something super basic. Super basic. Now, I'm not sure what programming style I should use to make MWAKS, because it's online. Caught my taskbar tray in 4K. Look, you can see my taskbar tray, it's fine. It's also a mess. It's full of crap. Right. I think the first thing we do is something very simple. We get the basics working. Then we can figure out how we want it to actually work. So, player controller script. We're gonna figure out how we're gonna do the networking. Let's sort out our packages. Very important. There's a couple of packages I want to add. Let's just give it a sec to load all the packages that I've used in the past. We want WebGL Publisher, for sure. That's going to let us publish to the Unity website, which means we can just hit publish and then you guys can go and click on it and mess about. So that's very important. Probably the most important thing. Oh look, the Oculus plugin. That's right, I was making an Oculus game back in the day. Then we want... right, how are we going to do networking? I think we use the thing I used last time. Move says, MWAKS 2, even when coding, you flake on C and Re. Look, I was gonna do some coding on C and RPG, and then I realized that's not interesting to watch. Not with the stuff I'm doing at the moment. With the stuff I'm doing at the moment in C and RPG, it is not interesting to watch in the slightest. So if I'm doing a coding stream, it's MWAKS 2, which you should appreciate, Meebib. I won't have this negativity. You should appreciate it. Look, I can even publish it. Imagine that. We'll publish MWAKS. It'll be on the official Unity store. Can you imagine? Can you imagine such a thing? Try making connect to IP or via Steam. No. It's too much hassle. We could maybe add options for connections later, but for now we want something simple that works out the box. Why would I try and hook up to Steam? We just want something that works. Which means we're going to go with what I used last time. Because it was okay. Look. Did they seriously move the asset store out of the app? Oh, what a bunch of jerks. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. We want Photon. Photon Pun 2. It's really nice. It's fast, reliable, scalable. They're not wrong. Look, I just want the free version. Look, I just want the free version. Oh, right. I just want the free version that I used to have. Classic Photon Pun? Is that what I used to use? No. Arrgh! But look, it's definitely free. Photon Pun. Right, if I go to their website... yeah. Re-download. Oh, I already have it. How do I know CNRPG would be uninteresting? People like the Company of Crime stream. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. People did, for some reason, like the Company of Crime stream. But I do know that CNRPG would be uninteresting. Because it's basically me making a million menus. That's basically all it is. A million menus. And I'm not naive enough to think that people would enjoy me making a million menus. I'm just not that naive. Do we want the demos? Yeah, we'll import the demos. I can't remember how to use it. I think I have to sign in. Add X input support in future controls. What, for controllers? MWAKS 1 had controller support. Right, let me just try and guess my password. I used to use the controller in MWAKS. Any new features in MWAKS 2? Possibly. We're thinking about making it, possibly. Hey, can I use the same MWAKS setup? Because that'd be really nice. If I can use the same MWAKS, Same MWAKS vote on backend. That's going to save me a bunch of hassle. App ID. Enter my app ID. Sure. You guys better not steal my app ID. Mine. It's all mine. How do I see the app ID? Oh, there we go. Done. All connection settings can be edited in the Photon server settings. Good to know. As for new features in MWAKS 2, we're going to think about that once we have basic MWAKS set up again. Now, where's these demos? Demo asteroids. Okay, demo asteroids, let's see what you've got. Are you MWAKS adjacent? Callum, login. Create room. Callum room. Max players, 8. So if I publish now, theoretically, alright, I need to stop playing. If I publish now, theoretically, you guys will be able to join this asteroid game, the demo. Meev says, another question, will MWAKS 2 have a site like MWAKS 1 used to? I think I'll just leave it hosted on the Unity store. Because I can just press one button and it does it all. So why would I not? We're going to check out this demo game. We can maybe steal a bunch of its code. Or rather, be inspired by a bunch of its code. I'll post a link in the chat. It's just a URL. I mean, that's the point of these demos, right? You look at them to see how they do stuff. So we're going to do that. For example, that initial setup where you create a room and then people can join the room. I mean, it's not MWAKS. In MWAKS, you just loaded the web page, hit connect, and it shoved you into the room, right? But having an option to create rooms is probably quite good. In fact, we'll probably start off with the room option. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have a look. For now, we're just going to verify that the pipeline, as it were, is going to work. Namely, I can publish something. I can publish something. You guys can click on it. We can all log in. And we can play whatever their shitty asteroids game is. Then, we just make our own game. Perfect. You know what's sad, though? I don't think I've got the old MWAKS files. Remember the hats and stuff? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Do I have all the old MWAKS hats? Remember how long I spent on those hats? Game dev. I don't think it was MWAKS 2.0. I think it was actually MWAKS 1. Where would my images be? Resources? Hats. I do have my hats! Oh, this takes me back. Wasn't that the hat that Coco made? I think that was Coco's hat. Oh, it takes me back. You'd never made a hat. Maybe it wasn't Coco then. You weren't there for MWAKS? You missed out, man. MWAKS was good times. MWAKS was good times. Is it still publishing? Yeah. Who made that hat then? Maybe it was Kerbanaut. Yeah, it was Kerbanaut, totally. I never really understood that hat. It didn't make much sense to me. I didn't really understand what it was supposed to be. Remember the shields? That was the best shield. And I say that because I made it. Although that was a pretty good shield as well. So we had hats, faces, bullets, shields. You like the default red shield? Yeah. I was a big fan of the blue anime shield. You did make that hat. I never understood that hat, man. I'm going to be honest. I never understood what it was supposed to be. But I put it in because you made it. It was called wood, but I don't know why it was like broken wood. I never understood that. Can you submit hats? I used to have, I might still have somewhere, a Photoshop template. I don't know where it'd be though. Hey look, it's MWAKS 1.0. MWAKS 1.0. You know, if these files were hosted to a server, MWAKS would be back. But I don't have the code anymore. I don't think I do still have the what do you call it? I don't think I do still have the thing. You want to make a pixel hat? Well, we'll come up with some dimensions. I think the Photoshop template was pretty good, but it did rely on people having Photoshop. Whereas I know Mevid would want to use pixel art. So we'll just, but the template worked really well. Uploading. Processing. Upload completed. Do. Is it going to work? No! MWAKS 2, The Reckoning! Look, I'll be the first to admit that was my own fault. That was totally my own fault. Sad to say, we got to publish it again. You got an idea for 2 hats, moss and gradient hats. I think, okay, look, we don't need this. The best way to do it is going to be to have, like, a generic circle image, and then just say, as long as your hat fits in this image, then it's fine. And then you can just have it as a background layer, and then you don't need to use Photoshop. That's what we'll do. Because letting people make hats and faces was pretty cool. So let's say the dimensions are... Look, I just want to start drawing. A 100 by 100? Yeah, 100 by 100, right? And then the circle is going to be... Let's see, we want a decent amount of space for hattage. So the circle is going to be 64, so half of 64 is 32, so we want to be 30... No. 64 has 36 remaining. Half of 36 is 18, so we want to be 18 in. We want to go to 88. Whoa! 82. Right, so if we just do that, generic face, then you can put your hat in, or you can make a face. And as long as it's, as long as the head is 64 by 64, right in the center, then it's all good. So that's all you need. 100 by 100 with a 64 guy in the middle. That's it. Then you can make some hats. Because that's what we're going to do. Perfect. And then the hat file should also be 100 by 100. Am I making the new RimWorld? No, we're making MWAKS 2. MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. It's an online, top-down battle arena. That's what MWAKS 1 was. So that's what MWAKS 2 is going to be as well. But we're going to expand upon it, I think. Meebib says, time to go hat crazy. And face crazy. And face crazy. You want to go face crazy as well? You need to make faces that match the style of your hat. Team-based, capture the flag. Except instead of a flag, capture the... Because I love capture the flag. It's my favourite game mode in any game. Any game that has capture the flag, I'll play it. I love capture the flag so much. Used to play Neverwinter Nights capture the flag. That was always fun. Unreal Tournament capture the flag. Can't beat it. From what coordinate do you draw the circle? Start at 1818. End at 8282. So from 1818 to 8282. 1818 to 8282. That's what you gotta do. See? We're just waiting on this building right now. Sadly, while it's building, we can't even nose through the code. So we really are just stuck. Just stuck waiting for it to compress the build results. I did think we should add melee weapons. Thing is, it's a one-hit kill, so why would you ever use a melee weapon? Unless we make it not a one-hit kill. Please work. Brilliant. Default pun demo. It's the default pun demo. Right, so if I put this link in here, I log in, I create a room, theoretically, you guys can click on that link and you can join. Theoretically. Someone better do it, because I need this test. And I'm not willing to open another browser window. I'm just not willing. Correct me, Vib. It'll only work on PC. That's because you're a peasant. Sadly, Meav is a peasant. His PC exploded. There's no room showing up on your side. Looks like I am going to have to load it again. I can't rely on you guys, sadly. I mean, I can. I'm not saying that you're not going to join. Look, my room shows. But there is a room, I can see it. Look, Callum room. Okay, someone else make a room. Someone else make a room. It's not that I don't trust you guys. Put the link after I create the room. No, that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. Hey, Dratha. Currently I'm winning because I'm the only one who can join. You created one. Try opening another tab with the thing and see if you can see your own room. It's possible that... It's possible that, Hey, look at that. Starfield. It's highly possible that... What am I trying to say? It's set to only allow local. Which wouldn't make a lot of sense, because MWAKS wasn't set to only allow local. It shouldn't be LAN. MWAKS wasn't LAN, but I think there might, if memory serves, there might be... an option that you have to pick somewhere. Can't think where it'd be. But it might be there's an option you have to check. Or you have to do something. Scripts. Let's look at the scripts. Do I have a list of colours I'm going to have as body options? Last time I had images, right? Where does it do the connection? You'd think it'd be in the lobby. Join lobby? Somewhere in here there's going to be the secret source. I mean body colours. There is no body, Coco. The face is the body. Somewhere there should be something saying like whether or not you're networked or not. And you should be networked by default. Let's Google it. Photon LAN only. Like if I go back to the dashboard, I told it to use my MWAKS. But I don't see that my MWAKS is actually being used. Right? Peak CCU 0? Which implies that we're not actually connecting to it. Which implies something. Documentation. Connect. Connect using settings. It's probably not connecting using MWAKS. What's that? Like in the game class. I don't see a connect option. I don't see a connect option. Ah! Connection status. So it must be in here. Because it should try and connect when you click on... Let's have a look. When you click on login, it should connect. So when you click on login, it's doing lobby main panel on login button clicked. Lobby main panel. Where's my nice drop down? I hate Visual Studio Code. On login button clicked. Connect using settings. Which means it's set up in the settings. Which means... Where are the settings stored? I mean, I guess I can hard code it. Just hard code it. Okay, we're working on the honor system here. I know the honor system isn't the best thing in the world. But, please don't use my app ID. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to create another one. Your guy's done. Post them in the Discord. I'm going to have to publish this again, aren't I? Now, theoretically, it should build faster because it's built before. This is always... I just checked the Discord. I like how Sackboy decided to post a snapshot of my thingamajig in the Discord, as if it's some sort of secret. It's not a secret, dude. You guys can look at that all you want. I'll even walk you through everything in it if you want. Look, we have Thundermaster. I don't actually know what Thundermaster is, but it's always there. We have the Audio Manager. We have Sound Blaster. We have Razer Synapse. We have Steam. We have the HP Button Manager. Don't really know what that's for. Pretty sure my thing isn't a HP, so that's kind of weird. We have GOG Galaxy. We have my internet. We have Windows Security, actions recommended. We have OBS is using my microphone. We have disabled. We have Razer Central. We have more than 8 days since I last did a scan. Uh-oh. We have OBS. We have NVIDIA. We have the Adobe Creative Cloud. And we have Unity. It's not a secret. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Brian, you meant to make the pieces separately. Sad to say. You need to make layers, my dude. Mevib, you do it with layers. You make layers, and then you can do export layers. How is it that I know more about pixel art than Mevib does? Hey, Zoltando! The weather there is way too cold. I don't know if it's cold where I am. I have my heating on 24/7, so it's hard to say. My heating has literally not been turned off since the day I moved into this flat, which is 2 years ago. Of course pixel art has layers, man. God damn it, you guys are so inept. And I mean that in the nicest way. Look. Add layer. Hat. Well, I didn't do what I intended, but add layer. Face. Export. Export layers, all. Look. It gave me a zip file. Look. In the zip file are my 3 layers. How do I know more about pixel art than you guys when you guys use it all the goddamn time and I used it once? I'm not hating. I'm just saying. Do better. Anyway, Zoltando says, pixel art is like an ogre. It has layers. Yeah. And it has this nice export layers functionality. But I don't look into shit. I don't look into shit. I was using pixel art and I thought, it sure would be nice to have layers. Wait, what's this? Layers? Oh, interesting. I guess I can add layers. That's not looking into shit. That's reading the screen. Also, this face is pretty great. I think we'll keep it. You never needed layers. Well, now you do. And now you've got them. You're welcome. You're all welcome. What would you guys do without me? This face is going to be pretty good. Right, let's see if this one works. Let's call this Testeroo Doobie-Doo. Posted a link. Somebody join Testeroo Doobie-Doo. You know, that heavily implies it should have worked. That heavily implies it should have worked. I feel like you guys should be able to join. Because it's connecting to Pun. Still no rooms. Pun can't see other people's rooms. Photon Pun can't see other people's rooms. Coco, you lying son of a bitch. Ready up. Let's see what this game's all about. I'm going to win. Whatever this game is, I'm going to win. Just so you guys are aware. I don't know what the controls are, but none of us do, so we're on a fair ground. Right, how do you control? Okay. How do you shoot? Okay. Can we shoot each other? Which one am I? Red. We cannot shoot each other. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, the fact that you spin out of control when you hit the other guy is really awkward. Ah, Coco's winning. Maybe Brian's winning? How do you slow down? Look, I'm just saying MWAKS is going to be better than this game. How do you shoot? Spacebar. Oh, I'm winning. Don't steal my strategy. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, what did I just bounce off? Oh, shit. I'm still winning. Uh-oh. Ah! Look, I consider that a victory. As long as Brian doesn't get 3 more points. As long as... Oh, shit, Brian won. Brian won with 31 points. Brian! Okay, cool. So we know that works. Oh my god, that face. So, now we know we can publish a game and it will connect. As long as I hardcode the thingamajig. Perfect. So let's go back to our scene. MWAKS 2, The Reckoning. Right. First things first. Has anyone given me... Oh, it really was uncontrollable. It really was. I think it was supposed to emulate space, but it just made it not fun. Has anyone uploaded layers? Mevib made a pig. Okay. I feel like Mevib didn't follow the template, but maybe he did. Mevib didn't follow the template. I'm no scientist, but correct me if I'm wrong, that is not a perfect circle. I admire the effort, Mevib. It's pretty good. It's pretty stylized. It's not bad. But there's just no denying you didn't follow the template, man. You didn't follow the template. It's classic Mevib. It absolutely is. It absolutely is, huh? That's your bold claim. I'm sorry, Mevib. Mevib, do you understand the concept of the template? Do you understand that the collision detection is going to be a 64? It's a screenshot. Look, Mevib. I admire the attempt. It's a pretty good face. I'm not disparaging the face. I'm just saying we can't use it if it doesn't fit the template. It's as simple as that. I'm a template. Maybe I am. Right. Has anyone actually followed the template yet? Because I need a face for us to put in. But Sackboy, you made a template. I think your template's correct. God damn it. Fine. I'll use my own one. Coco. No comment. Coco did this face, which I believe matches the template. But then he goes and spoils it all by uploading something like this as his hat layer. I'm sure we all know what's wrong with that. What could be wrong with this as a hat layer? Now, I firmly believed that after going through how to do the layering, literally walking it through step by step, I foolishly, naively thought that you guys would be able to make 3 images. Arguably 2 images, a face and a hat. You don't even need the background. Although having 3 is pretty good, actually. Background, face, hat. I think that works pretty well. It's fine. It was from before that. Okay, Coco, you are forgiven. You are forgiven. However, as you guys haven't actually submitted anything that matches the template, we'll have to use mine for now. Which is not ideal because mine are trash. I'll be the first to admit mine are trash. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mine are trash. New folder. Layer. Hats. Faces. That's all we've got so far, hats and faces. I think layer 0 I don't care about. Although that is our perfect template. So just for you guys, I'll put the perfect template in the Discord. Then Callum face. Ah, I missed out the E. Here I am calling you guys inept, and I can't even type an E. Callum hat. Right. So. Let's nuke that circle. And can I merge these layers? Yes. Right. So we want first up, we need something to enter our name. We'll use Text Mesh Pro. It's pretty good. You dropped one face. Oh, I never hit enter on my Hey! Coco actually gave like a mostly legitimate template. Right. We have our input field. This is going to be username. We don't need passwords. We're not going to worry about that. So, let's create an object called application. It's not going to have anything in it. We're just going to move the canvas inside it. And then let's create a new object called menu. Menu, title, screen. And we'll put that in there. So we have MWAKS 2 the Reckoning and our username. We also need a button. Login button. Dropped one face? I don't see a face. Oh wait, I do see a face. Got a black background. Right. We have a login button. We also want our sprite editing capacity, but we'll worry about that in a sec. For now, we just want to be able to log in. So, application. In order to connect, we'll have it connect as soon as... Oh, actually, we should also do that other thing that it talks about. Or that it does. We're going to build this from scratch. We're not just going to steal their components, because we can learn by doing it from scratch. Server status. We'll have that just chilling there. We'll centralize it. We'll give it the old dragaroo. Okay, let's have it here. Sure. Server status. It's not strictly the server status. It's actually your status, but that's fine. Right. Now, we want to log in and then display our status to the server. Maybe we should have that on the permanent UI. What's the hex code for my channel icon color? Don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. There you go. You should be able to use the eyedropper tool on that. I've just posted that into Discord. You should be able to use the eyedropper. Right. Let's have a think about this. So, when the application launches, we want to log into the server. Cool. Application controller. This is going to be a permanent script that sticks around forever. Forever. So, first thing we're going to do is create a new thing that's going to be really handy for us. Game controller.cs. And that is a scrap that. There's something else we need to do first. Game entity.cs. And that is a mono behavior. You've dropped sus face. Let's have a look. Hey, you got rid of the black background. And made a little Among Us face. Very cool, I guess. Public application controller. In fact, just applicate. Sure. Maybe. Sure. Right. Object. Oops. Game object. Game object. Game object. Using Unity. Game object dot. Oh, right. I need to. In Unity, when you're coding with VS Code, or anything really, whenever you make a new file in VS Code, you have to come back to Unity so that it can do that little modify thing it did there. And then you have to go back. Don't ask me why. I can explain it, but I'm not going to. You know what? I will explain it. So, the CS project file, which is assembly C# CS proj, is generated every so often by Unity. Like if you modify the code, it'll come back here and regenerate the CS proj file. And the CS proj file is what tells it which files are included. So if I make a new script here called test.cs, right? And I just make a class. Logically, these guys should be able to access test, right? But look. Right? So here, I should be able to say, if I go start, I should be able to go test.blah, right? But it doesn't actually understand that test.blah exists. If I was to say, that should complain. However, like you can see that IntelliSense doesn't understand that, like when I press dot, it's not telling me anything about test. It doesn't understand that test is a thing. However, now if I go back here, as soon as I go into here, it's going to say recompiling scripts. See there, reloading script assemblies? And what that's doing is it's going through here and it's saying, okay, which files have you created? And then it's coming back in here. And then it's modifying this project file to let everyone else know that test now exists. So now, look, conceptually that should have worked. The point is, that's how it works. As soon as I try and show it as an example, it's not going to work. But that is how it works. Might be because I'm using abstract classes, which Unity does not like. Unity does not like abstract classes in the least. It really freaks out when you use abstract classes. It doesn't understand. But that's okay. The point is, I should be able to now, in here, now that I've had it regenerate, it should, you know what, let's just not make it abstract for now. We should make it so you can have glasses separate from faces. But then the eyes have to line up. Do you understand how that could fall apart? Then people have to place the eyes in the same spot. And then it all kind of collapses in on itself, doesn't it? Where's my IntelliSense? Omnisharp server timed out. Oh, of course. I need to, and this is really random. I need to add a new file called omnisharp.json And then I can't remember what's supposed to be in omnishop.json, so I'm just going to steal it from my other project. That's the one. Use bundled only. It's these little things that get you. You have to do that, or at least I have to do that. You're merging some submitted sprites in Discord and it looks funny. Well, exactly. That's what's going to be good about it. That's what was good about MWAKS 1. Right, I need to reopen Visual Studio. But now that I've done that, now that I've made that JSON file, IntelliSense should start working. This should not give any errors. Perfect. So, get game object dot. I have my IntelliSense. Finally! I totally forgot you had to make that JSON file. Find object of type application controller. And what that means is that anything that we make, we can make be a game entity, and then they can all just go this.application and access the application, which is going to be quite handy for a few things. But now, first up, I do want that to be abstract. And then I want a new game controller. Which is an entity. And this is going to contain a function called notify. This is how we're going to do some lazy notification. It can take event name and some data. And that should be nice. I also want the game controller to this dot application on notify event name data. Is that right? No, we'll just move this into the application controller. Now I know it might seem a bit random what we're doing right now. And that's because maybe it is. Patino's glasses are pretty good. Even if they are just the deal with it glasses. Make them be part of the hat. Right. So the application needs a list of all controllers that exist. Is that true? Yes. That is true. So let's say it needs a... let's just make it public. It can have a public list of game controllers. Perfect. Not massively perfect, but relatively perfect. And then on notification, it's going to go through every controller and it's going to say you literally counted the pixels this time. Good, good. Perfect. So then game controller needs to have a few things. When it wakes up, we're going to make a protected virtual void on awake. No, let's call it awake me. When it wakes up, which is like the first thing it does. When it wakes up, yeah, when it wakes up, it's going to say this dot application dot controllers add this. It's going to add itself to the list of controllers. And when it gets destroyed, damn it, you'll never guess what it's going to do. It's going to remove itself. And what that means is something. So then we want a public virtual void on notify event name data. It's just going to do nothing. Hey, Meevup actually did a good job. But he is correct that the bullet and shield will have to be redone when we get a template. Right. That's fine. I think I'm going to rename this. I don't know what I just pressed. I'm used to ReSharper. What the hell? Grass script? Land manager? Where the... Oh, it switched my projects. Okay, don't try and use Control-R, Control-R. I'm just going to call this application. Gonna make my life easier. Do 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 do. Gonna make my life harder. I'm gonna call this entry point because it's not a controller. It's not really the entry point either. I'll come with a good name for it later. Singleton would be a good name for it. But entry point works. Right. Finally! Player controller, you are a game controller. You don't want these. Right. In the entry point, first thing we want to do is connect, right? Start me. We should make a channel just for sprite submitting. Correct, we should. And I'm sure Mevib will. But I guarantee it won't just be used for sprite submitting. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But we definitely should. That doesn't mean we're going to. Or rather, we are. Because I know Mevib loves making channels. However, I'm doubtful that it will get used for its intended purpose. But that's okay. You don't think you will. But you love making channels. Even just the width of a channel, and you're always leaping to make it. And I'm not complaining about that. I think it's pretty good. Photon. Okay, I didn't actually bother to look up how we log in. Pun. Photon network. Connect. Using settings. And then we use those settings from before. New app settings. App ID. I'm trying to avoid looking at the demo, but let's just look at the demo. Demo? Let's just look at the demo. It was in main panel, right? We just steal this line. Yoink. Right. So now, basically, our application is going to... all it does is just log into the server. That's all it does. I'll be back in a sec because I need a drink. Then we're going to make it display the server status. Is it logged in? Is it logging in? All that stuff. I'll be back in a sec. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like Mevib loves making Discord channels. Right. So. How do we get the current connection status? Now I could just look in the demo. Is connected and ready? Network client state. Oh, Coco did it. Nice. Okay, look, I'm just going to see how they do it. Where's the scenes? Scenes. Lobby. Let's save our scene. Let's open the lobby. Connection status. Doesn't have a script. You were going to do it, but then I said you'd do it, and you'd hate to be predictable. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of predictable that you would decide not to do it. But I didn't call you out on that predictability, so... Here we are. Lobby top panel, connection status text. So, in the lobby top panel, it's the network client state. Perfect. I mean, there were a lot of other things in there. But it is the network client state. I should probably rename this scene. So let's add a new script. No, I don't want to do it in there. That's whack. I mean, it makes sense to do it in there. Don't get me wrong. It does make sense to do it in there. I just don't like doing things that way. Title screen, huh? Title screen, view. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well, at least on the surface. Title screen controller. And then we might want a title screen model. However, for now, let's add a component, title screen view. And we'll add another one, title screen controller. You got the urge to get some Sprite soda. I was never a big fan of Sprite. Don't think that has any relevance, but it is true. Right. Both of these, well, the controller is a game controller. And the view, I'm going to make another abstract class called game view, I think. No, it's just a game entity for now. So the view needs to have a TMP text. And that is connection status. And then set connection status message. And this is going to say connection status equals connection status prefix equals connection status, server status, connection status. You just like the sugary taste of Sprite? Just eat a bag of sugar. There we go. Connection status dot text. Right. Then the controller needs access to the view. And then in its update, raw sugar tastes horrible. Just get some granulated sugar. We want to say set connection status message to be what? Photon network dot network client state. Dot to string. Perfect. So then we come back here and we say the controller needs access to the view. The view needs access to its own server status button. What's going to happen when I hit play? Look at that, it sort of worked. Isn't that nice? I mean, it's not, but it does the job. Now, theoretically, we could replace those with icons if we wanted, but for now, that'll do. So then, started a topic about sodas because I opened something canned that is sparkled. That's fair. I want to make a button script. Just a simple button script. I think I should call it something other than button, though. I'm going to be honest. I should probably call it like... You have a $7 soda idea, heroin-flavored soda. Interesting. Button view, sure. That'll do. And that is going to be a game entity, of course. And it's going to have a string called the event name. And on click, it is going to notify the application with its event name. We also want to be passing across parameters. We also want to be passing across parameters when a button is clicked. No, we don't. When a button's clicked, it's just the button's been clicked. It doesn't need parameters. If it does in the future, we'll figure it out. For now, it doesn't. So then, the title screen controller, we want to say on notify if event name equals... What's that bitching about? All right, that... Why did I make that public? Oh, of course, of course. If event name equals login. Then do something like setting the username and showing the... Are we doing rooms? Rooms? Jump right into the game? YOLO strat? Anyway, it's going to do something. But for now, it's just going to... login pressed. Who needs rooms? Well, yeah, MWAKS 1 didn't have rooms, right? But if you have rooms, then you can set game mode, and then we can have stuff like capture the flag. Or team-based, etc. But then we can also have a button, as well as rooms, that's just join the fray, and it just throws you into MWAKS 1. So we can have MWAKS 1 as an option, where it just throws you into the shared room. And the shared room is just generic deathmatch. I think that might work pretty well. Add chat. Slow your roll, guys. Chat is something we should add. But we don't need it yet. Do 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 do. The associated script cannot be loaded. Why? Because I didn't do that. Capture the flag deathmatch. How would that work? You get points for kills. Capture the flag, but if you die, you lose a flag capture point. That might be a bit too brutal. But something along those lines might be quite interesting. So then I need to say login button. When you're clicked, you're going to do on click. And that should be giving us a log, right? Which means I haven't set something up right. Game controller 19, object not set. Maybe it's 5 points per flag, so each one captured gives your team 5 more lives. Yeah, something like that. Why is that null? Why is that even getting called? Why is that even getting called? That should find that. That definitely exists because it's getting started and it's doing the updates. It's handling the notifies for the updates. So that definitely exists. Why did it only bitch about that when I closed the game? That'd make sense. Yeah. Okay. So why isn't that getting registered? Login button is doing click. Oh, because I didn't set the event name. What did I call the event? Did I just call it login? Yeah. Right, so now that I've set the event name to be login, way we have login. So what we actually wanted to do when we log in is we want to ask the view to tell us what the username is. So we can say view username is that, and then that lets us say username dot text. Nice. So theoretically, in the controller, we can now go this dot view dot username dot text to get the text. Theoretically. It's not very clean though, is it? So I think instead we make a function on the view called like get player get login details. We want to keep things isolated as much as possible. And this is going to create something else for us. And for that, we need a new file called login model.cs. Which has a username and that's all it has for now. It's just got a username. Which means all the view has to do username equals this dot username dot text. Simple. Go back here so that it can. Alright, that's not void. That's login model. And then we need to create like a character creator thing, which we either do here or we do it on the next page. In MWAKS 1, we did it on the login page, right? In MWAKS 1, we did it on the login page. However, Do we want to do it on the login page? That's the real question. So then the controller can say, okay, when login's pressed, give me the login details. Now, it'd be nice to be able to save people's scores and stuff. But for that, we'd have to start saving people's scores and stuff. And that would mean setting up some sort of permanent hosting. Coco says, do the character creator on a separate menu. Well, yeah, exactly. I thought that as well. Like once you've logged in? Potentially. Debug log logged in as plus details dot username. Let's see if that works, which it should. Character creator on login is cool. It is, yeah. Because there's not much else to go on the login screen. There's literally just log in. It's a very bland page. So we could have the character creator down here. And then the login details can include which character things you've chosen. Logged in as nobody. So that's an issue. But it's not really an issue, is it? We can just say this dot view dot show error message if string dot is null or white space details username, right? So if you've put nothing or you've just put white space. Have we even made MWAKS 2 the Reckoning yet, or are we still doing server shit? Coco. I don't appreciate your tone, Coco. What if the skins had ultimate abilities or something? But then you'd be discouraging people from customizing their character how they want it to look, right? You need a username, fool. You weren't listening for a part of the stream. You didn't mean to be sarcastic. Oh, right. I see. Not really if everything was balanced. It's an interesting idea, Mevid. It'd make it a real pain in the ass. Because it'd mean that when someone came up with a new skin, and I wanted to add the new skin, I would then have to code what the ultimate ability for that skin was. And let's be honest, that's not going to happen. Right, so we need public TMP text error message. And then we want public void set error message. String message. And then we just do this dot error message dot text equals message. And we say, well, no, that's it. That's it. That's all we do. So then we need to make the error message. So where should the error message appear? I mean, we've got plenty of screen real estate, so let's make use of it. Do 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 do. Let's make it red. I've not seen your two tentacle monsters yet. Like Necron's Necro Arc sprite will shoot out a lot of Burunies in every direction. Yeah, see, I'm not doing stuff like that. That's too much. What's it bitching about? Show error message. Oh, okay. Set error message. Right. Hook that up. Nice. Perfect. Except set it to an empty string if they have provided one. Is that the best error message ever seen in a game? I think so. Nice. Nice. So now we just need to do the actual logging in. What is that? It's a client state. What's the message called? Connected to master server. This dot view dot set error message. You're not logged. You're not connected to the server yet. Hold your horses. There we go. And then Exploiter said have a limit on the name length, which makes complete sense. Character limit. Just an arbitrary number, really. 14. I'm sure you guys will disagree about that limit. Why is it 14 though? I want to use a name with 15. But you have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. Is there a template for shields yet? No. But if you want a template for shields, then, you know, you can wait. Right. Callum Gay 69 is 11, so 14 is great. Okay, good. Right. Of course, what we actually want to do is log in, right? Now, I'll grant you, I don't really know how we log in. Sets this local player's properties and synchronizes them to the other players. It's a hash table. Exploiter is Kerbonaut from the Discord. Right, let's have a look how they do it. I know that's becoming a recurring trend, but it just makes sense. Local player nickname. Do you have to do that before you connect? Ah, look, they're losers. They didn't do string or white space. That means on that link we did earlier, you could just put space, 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 and that would be your name. Shoddy, whoever wrote this demo. Shoddy. Lazy. Poor validation. But anyway, do you have to set your nickname before you connect? No. Okay, good. Idea if we have melee weapons, secret broom weapon with a wicked OP reach. I like it. I'm still not sold on melee weapons, but your idea of them going through shields is not a bad idea. Right. Local player nickname. So that's what we need to do. Right. That is the login screen. Done, right? In a very basic way. In a very basic way, we have a login screen. It connects to the server. It logs you in. It complains if you put dodgy stuff in. It's not bad. So let's turn this into a prefab. Do 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 do. Nice. So then we can also, in theory, have everything appear on the same thing. We don't need to swap around scenes, we can just have one giga scene that does everything. Potentially. But now we're done with the title screen. I guess arguably... No, it's fine. It's fine. That's good. Right. So we have title screen done. Nice. So now, if we ever want our title screen back, we can just do that, and it should still work. Nice. Can I get a list of all other players' usernames? I think it's photon views. Player list? What does player list contain? Nickname. Okay, good. So we also want to say, else if any player has that username, you're too late. Someone else stole that username. Be original. Nice. However, we also want to do two other. So you can't just have someone's name with different capital letters. I'd like to test that. I sure would like to test that. Let's publish this, right? I know it's not doing much, but let's publish it. Then I can test whether that works. That means we're sitting here for a while it does this, which means I could... do not patch the corner clipping. That was the best part of MWAKS. It was. It was. That and when eventually scrolling out would flip the camera. Scrolling in, man, it was scrolling in. If you scrolled in too far, it flipped the camera upside down. It's pretty great. I guess while it's doing that, I can make a shield layer for Coco. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, that'll do. Can I increase the size of the eraser? Okay, let's go back to the original eraser. That's a reasonable shield size. The only thing that's really going to matter about the shield is the front edge. So let's hard code the front edge. Behind that, you can do whatever you want. And there probably will be some leeway in the front edge. Depends how we do collision. God damn it. I swear I have the shakiest hands known to man. It's not strictly true, but they're up there. Up there with the greats. Right, for now, the assumption is, as long as that black line is the bottom of your shield, you can do whatever you want with your shield. Just don't make it just a black line. It should at least be relatively thick. There you go. I've posted it in the MWAKS 2 sprite suggestions. Sprite submissions? Sprite whatevers. I know that's an image, man. I know. Fine. Honestly. Happy now? Coco? You better be. Wonder if this username validation is going to work. Can't believe it takes like between 5 and 10 minutes to compile. No, wait, I totally can believe that. Cancel, cancel, cancel. I'm not compiling Arsene. I'm compiling still the asteroid game. It's not going to cancel, is it? It's not going to cancel. Damn it. There's a lesson here. And the lesson is, think before you act. Right. I need to actually change our build settings to only do sample scene. Which will hopefully be faster. We'll see though. And what comes next? Character builder? Let's make a character builder next. That'll be pretty good. Should be relatively easy, as long as you guys follow the template. We'll also need to do a bullet template. Bullets aren't that bad though, but I do need to do a bullet template. Let's just get it out of the way. Bullets are going to be 16 by 16, which means need to start at 34. And go down to 66. That's a big bullet. I feel like you don't need that much leeway with the bullet. Let's make it 16 instead. I think it was 16 in MWAKS. I think that's fine for a bullet. I didn't do that on a new layer. Coco's never going to let me live this down. Yeah, I'll upload that as a template. I'll even do both ways. Sod off. Okay. Yes, that is the bullet. MeVib. Do 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 do. Look at my stars. And then I've got my moon, which does have all the different areas of the moon. They're just not laid out properly because it's doing it alphabetically. And then the theory is I have a view box, which is like here. And then I can rotate the image to have the stars cycle through the sky. And then I can have the moon rotate as well. Then I can have a nice little night cycle. That's the theory. But that's for a completely separate thing. Have I seen your tentacle dudes? No. Not yet. Rest assured, when we're ready to start putting different hats and faces in, I will take a look. And I shall be watching that channel with a critical eye. If there's anything in there that does not meet the templates, it will be getting deleted. Because I'm ruling with an iron fist. The template is love. The template is life. Is it done? Nice. I'm going to need someone to log into this and then tell me what username they used to log in. MWAKS to the Reckoning login screen. It is what it is. Unity's totally going to ban me from this store. Like, that's not what you're supposed to use this store for. I guess it is what you're supposed to use this store for. Right. Somebody log in and then tell me what name they used to log in. You will use username raw. Okay, tell me when you're logged in. I should have I should have a confirmation message when you're actually logged in. I think it's instantaneous. Five views, 19 plays. How's that work? Surely you'd have to view it to play it. You can't type. Understandable. I can type. That means you can type. Oh. That means you can type. Right? Someone can type. Mevib says no. What's that with regard to? Oh, I didn't post a link. It should be the same link as before, maybe. That's a good call, Coco. I didn't post a link. I don't know if it is the same link as before. I think it is. But it might not be. You're in as raw. Are you in as username raw? Tick the funny box. Next time, Mevib. Next time I'll tick the box. Nothing happens when you press it. Nothing should happen when you press it. I don't think it's getting the other player list. I think because we're not in a room. I think it's because we're not in a room. But then that begs the question, what does it do if two people have the same nickname and they join the same room? Yeah. I don't get the error message either. Which means... a sorted copy of the playlist room of the current room. Playlist of the current room. Okay. The current room. The current room. Can I get a list of everyone? No, the else is intentional, man. Photon pun. Get list of all players. Photon Cloud does not offer you player names across rooms or in the lobby. If you must, you could create a room property P, short for players. Custom property P could be shown in the lobby, but you can't access the room list while being in a room. Unique user IDs. Scheiße. Fine. Well, I'm keeping that code. Let's worry about that later. Mevib, I appreciate you criticizing my code. But if you're going to do that, please understand that the else is intentional. Right? If this, otherwise, if this, otherwise, if this, otherwise, just generally. So if none of these are true, definitely do this. Right, the last thing it does is nukes itself. Nuke the view. Nuke yourself. But send a notification. To the entry point? Send a notification to the entry point? I mean, I could do it with scenes. I just don't like scenes. I'd rather have it all as one big scene. I think I just prefer that. So that's literally Yandere dev code. How do you mean? What's Yandere? What's Yandere? Yandere? Yandere is a portmanteau of two Japanese words. The first is yanderu, which means to be sick, and the second is deredere, used here for love struck. A yandere is often sweet, caring, and innocent, before switching into someone who displays an extreme, often violent or psychotic level of devotion to a love interest. I see, I see. Also, I'm not hugely happy about this. Also, that should be return. That should be if. That should be return. That should be if. That should be return. Then we don't need the else. Yandere dev is a person making a game and they suck at coding because it's their first game and know jack shit about game design. Fair enough. I will take your criticism, exploiter. Your incredibly vague criticism. And to it I shall say, I don't care. Right. Now we need to make a character builder. Let's nuke the title screen. Character builder. Okay, what does the character builder have? Well, it definitely has a view. And it definitely has a controller. And they definitely have scripts. Right. What do we want in the character builder? You just pointed out the else ifs. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of else ifs. Normally I would do exactly what I updated it to do. Which is cancel out. But I'm not too happy about multiple ifs either. But it's fine. Skin hat, shield, bullet. Yes, absolutely, Meebib. But priorities. Create your character. It obviously needs one of those. What was the font we were using? That's the title. What was the font we were using? Oh, we weren't using a font, right? We made it in Photoshop. That'll do for now. We'll replace it with an image later. You need to scale with screen size. And so we have a title. We also need a button, right? So let's go back into title screen and let's steal our button. And we'll rename it to just button. Yoink. We need a button. Is MWAKS 1 still running? No, sadly not. MWAKS 1 died a death. Submit's fine, yeah. Sadly, MWAKS 1 is dead. The only place it lives is here on my hard drive. I can't be bothered to rehost it. And the code just doesn't work anymore. It's too old, but it lives on in our hearts. That's right, Meebib. Right, we have a submit button. So then we need a character, right? We need a character. When did it die? I don't actually know. I wasn't keeping up to date with it. It's a good question as to when it died. Character has Why is he so small? I feel like because he's on the UI layer, he should be much bigger than he is. Because he's 100 by 100 pixels. Yeah, but the submit button is only 180 by 30. So this guy I guess his width is 1. I need to... Yeah, okay. You win this round, game. Well, I feel like changing the width and height didn't do anything. Stretch. Stretch? What the hell, man? Callum face is 100 by 100. The character... Let's just make it again. I don't trust what I did there. It's because I didn't put it on the UI image. That's better. We'll double him up, though. Double him up. Perfect. Character face. Then we'll duplicate that and we'll call it character hat. And for now, we'll just do face and hat. We'll just do face and hat. I was going to say, am I going to use actual pixel scale for the game? That's not how you do things in Unity. How you do things in Unity is pretty weird. But you try not to think about pixels. Bigger. He could be bigger. Yeah, okay. $500 by 500. I'm going to go with MeVib's 500 by 500. Perfect. Totally perfect. Couldn't be better. Now, when it comes to changing them, how do we want to do that? Let's do current face. Question is how we want the UI to look, right? So I think we do something like, let's bring that up to 300. We do that, and then we have, in fact, let's create a new object. Why just hat and face? Because I want to get everything working, MeVib. I want to get everything working. Once we have everything working, we can add the others. But we need to work out how we're going to do everything first. I swear, you guys always want to jump in at the deep end. You always want to jump in at the deep end. Why are you doing logging in? Why aren't you making a chat service? Why are you making a menu? When you could be making a 3D open world adventure. I know they're exaggerations, but that is how you guys think. You don't understand. Keep it simple, get it working, then expand it to include new things. The kiddie pool is for chumps. That's a very naive mindset, Mevid. This is going to be sprite selector. Selector? And a sprite selector is going to have current sprite. Now make Skyrim too. Coco says, am I allowed to go outside the template a little bit for the bullet? Coco, I feel like you know the answer to that question. You want to add a trail to the back of it? No, if we do trails will be a completely separate thing. If we do trails on bullets, they'll be a completely separate thing. Right, anyway, sprite selector, current sprite. Then you just know I'm going to add view to the end of all these. We should invest in some people. You recommend adding Discord bot. Bump every hour so people on the website will see our Discord server. Look, I don't like advertising myself. I don't want just randoms joining. I don't want no randoms just joining. I know you guys are randoms, technically. But at least you found me by watching my streams. I don't want the Discord just getting random people in it. Who the hell is Callum Bradbury? Look, people in the Discord should know who I am. And at least appreciate me enough to join the Discord. Right, so sprite selector view. Let's give that a script. I don't think current sprite view needs one, but I need to fix up my folders at some point. This is going to be a game entity. You found me by the KSP stream I did years ago. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Coco says, just gonna say, I didn't join the Discord server for you. I did it for D&D. But you wouldn't have joined the server if you hadn't found me through a stream. Mevid is correct. I don't like the idea of people being in the server just from joining it from some random link. That's not something I appreciate. Right. A sprite is called a image. Right, let's hook that up. The character builder view also needs one. Oh, he's already got one. Right, character builder view needs to be a game entity. And it needs a, well, it needs the same thing really. Character face. Character hat. Nice. Why aren't the graphics in 4D and 8K? It's a good question. Technically, they are. Right. So then, sprite selector view has a current sprite. Then we want it to have a list of available sprites, which is going to get fed to it. Set available sprites is going to take a IEnumerable of images. Mevid's bullet went outside the bullet template. Mevid says, no it didn't. Shut up. You're the type of guy to snitch in prison. That's funny. That's cool. So then we'll make available sprites default to just an empty list. Just for simplicity's sake, it doesn't really matter, but it's fine. Then sprite selector view also wants 2 buttons. Two buttons. Go left. Go right. Just ignore the fact that they say login on them. Just ignore that fact. Exactly, Mevid. We'll make these look better in the future. But for now, let's be honest, we're not going to. Next. Previous. Then that's fine. So then when we click these, we want them to trigger an event, right? An event that will get snatched up by something. What will that something be? That something will be the something. I guess it'll be the sprite selector view, which does mess up my system a little bit, but that's okay. Anyway, go left will be need to think about this. Something. And go left will be something else. In fact, let's make them go left, go right. I don't think that's going to work particularly well. But it might. But it might. So when you press one of these, it's going to trigger that event. Something needs to subscribe to that event and modify this. So I think the thing that subscribes to that event should be this guy, which means this guy needs to be able to subscribe to events, which means that my views need to be able to subscribe to events. Which is fine. Kind of. It's a little bit awkward, but it's fine. It means I need to create a new class. A new abstract class. Called event handler. Which is a game entity. And then we want to steal this. Just this. And put that in event handler. I think. We'll see. No, we also want to steal these two. And put them in event handler. And then we want to sort of steal these, but not really. Make them do nothing. No, wait. Event handlers. Basically, we want this to not be tied just to controllers. We want anyone to be able to handle an event. Or rather, any event handler to be able to handle an event. Right. I guess I can nuke that. Which means I don't need game controller, really. Means I can maybe just get rid of game controller. That'd be alright. But there might be some things that I want in a game controller, so let's keep it for now. What's it bitching about? It's bitching about summon. Title screen controller cannot override. Well, that makes sense, because that needs to be event handler. And then I'm also going to make a gameview.cs, which is also going to be empty. We're also going to have the old MWAKS hats, faces, etc. I don't think they're going to be the right scale. I don't think they're going to be the right scale, sadly. Then this is fine. It's going to bitch about it. What we've got is rather lacking. That's fine. What we've got in the game is kind of lacking. So, you know. It works. Go there, let it rebuild the project file. They should stop complaining. Good. Good. I should clean up all these usings, but I can't be arsed. Cool. So now, let's just verify that everything still works. Let's turn that into a prefab. Then we can nuke it. Bring back the title screen. Just make sure it still works. Good. The perfect crime. So, now we can work exclusively within the character builder. I'm gonna have to bring these closer, aren't I? It's fine, we can worry about the layout later. I'm gonna keep default column stuff. Yeah, you better believe this is gonna be an option. Well, I might turn that into a top hat instead. And now, sprite selector view. Can do that. And we can say, I said those are go left, go right, right? Yeah. You know, Jack, about coding, but if this is all in the same scene, does that mean you can walk to the title screen? No. Sadly not. Although we could make it so that was the case. We could definitely make it so that was the case. But we're not going to. Right. That's fine for now. What's my least favorite color? Brown. Gotta be brown. It's just not very interesting, is it? I'm kind of fudging it a bit here. I don't know if I'm happy with this solution. But it's okay for now. It'll work. And isn't that what truly matters? And I'm sure some people would look at the way I'm doing this and cringe. But my philosophy on coding has always been, do what makes sense to you. Unless you're working on like a big project for a company, in which case do what they tell you. But advise them. But on my own stuff, do what makes sense to you. Right, so we can say if event name equals left event, do something. If event name equals right event, do something else. Then these do somethings need to update the current sprite. So we want to say we want to be able to go through the list of sprites and find the one before us and the one after us. Which means the best way for us to do that is to make this, or rather the easiest way for us to do that, is to make this not be a list, but make it be a stack. How is there no to stack? Fine. Right. So if we're going left, if we assume Stack Overflow, yes, very good, Exploiter. Very good. Exploiter, can you explain what a Stack Overflow is? Succinctly, without Googling it. Do you understand how to trigger a Stack Overflow? Data goes beyond stack. Exploiter, that is incredibly vague. And going into RAM. No, that's not what Stack Overflow is, man. Look, I'll trigger a Stack Overflow. There you go. That's not a Stack Overflow, man. You're thinking of buffer overflow. It's a subtly different thing. It's not even subtly different, but it is a different thing. But you're thinking of a buffer overflow. A Stack Overflow is one of these. See? Stack Overflow. So a Stack Overflow is when you tell a method to call itself, then it calls itself, then it calls itself, then it calls itself. So the way it works is, I don't know if anyone's interested, but I will explain. Hey, comrade guy. The way memory works on the stack, you've actually got a few types of memory, but the way it works on the stack is, let's say you call a method called first, right? You call that, and it has an int called, that's recursion. It is, but it's infinite recursion. It's infinite recursion. Infinite recursion is a Stack Overflow. So if you have a first, and it sets up a variable which is just name, right? And then it calls second. And second sets up a variable called address. Right? This is the stack. Once second is complete and it comes back to first, address no longer exists because it clears the memory. It pops it off the stack. So when you call second, it adds another layer to the stack where it stores address. And then when it comes out of second, it says, I don't need this anymore. And it just deletes all of that. But what if second calls second? Right? And so on and so on and so on. And the stack can only be a certain amount of entries. So it keeps doing it, it overflows, and you get Stack Overflow. Recursion, to avoid that, usually has an exit point. Recursion would have like, if I found what I need, go back. Right? Recursion always has something like this. Always has something like this. And if you take this out of a recursive function, you get your Stack Overflow. But anyway, how's the progress so far? Pretty good. Did I get rid of that Stack Overflow? Yes. No. Right. I hope that was enlightening. What was I doing? The stack. So we have our current sprite. Yeah, that's okay, man. No worries. The stack. What was I going to do with my stack? I was going to say turn off PC and go to mobile. Good call. If it's 2 a.m. On a stack, you can push, right? But can you push to the beginning? You can push and you can pop, so maybe it's not a stack that I want. After all that talk of stacks, maybe I don't actually want a stack. Maybe I just want a list. Now I know, I just changed it from a list to a stack. We do just want a list. It went from like 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for you. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's a significant difference, Coco. Yeah. Let's say our current sprite is always the first sprite in the list, right? So when we set our available sprites, we also take the first element. And if there's no sprites, if available sprites empty, look, just give me my empty. No, wait. You can't do empty. We've got to do, if there's not any, just bail out. But log it. Someone's deleting all the sprites. Right. Set the current sprite to be the first element. Now, when we get go left, I'll be back in a sec. But we've got two options. I think we'll go with the lazy option. In fact, maybe we'll go with the even lazier option. Maybe this doesn't want to be a list of images. Maybe it wants to be a list of sprites. What's it bitching about? Oh, right. You're also the only one who's continued posting more MWAKS stuff. That's fine, man. People can do what they like. Is it gonna bitch and moan at me if I do this? Yeah, it is. Fine. You can be an image. Right. So, here, we can say... We'll do it the super easy way. Find index, this, current sprite. Cannot convert. Oh, right. Right. That gets us the point in the list where the sprite is. We know it's going to be 0 at the beginning, but we don't know later. We could keep track of it, but let's just check every time. It doesn't matter. Then we want to say max index equals this available sprites count -1. Then we want to say index minus minus if index is less than 0, index equals max index. Now that's hyper inefficient. You wouldn't normally want to do that. But because it's in a UI on a static screen, it doesn't matter if it's kind of inefficient. It's going to do the job. It's going to start at 0. If there's 2 entries, the max index is going to be 1. When we remove one because we're going left, it becomes less than 0. So it makes the index be 1. Then we press it again, and it brings it to 0. Then we press it again, and it brings it to 1. And it cycles through them. And then we do the same thing on the other side. I guess we can... No, that's fine. Let's just do it again. We don't care. Except here, we do index plus plus, and we say if index is greater than max index, index equals 0. It's super noddy. It's not well coded. But you know what it is? Functional. So then we have our index of our new sprite. We also want to set said new sprite. And I should really not be repeating this code, but I don't care. There we go. Now, we just need a way to give this the available sprites. which means we need to load the available sprites from the folder. Now, theoretically, we should have someone else loading them and then feeding this guy them. But because I'm feeling particularly lazy, we'll just have this guy do it. So, for that, this depends. We did this for MWAKS. We have to read everything from a directory. The data, I can't remember. We're going to have to Google it. Unity load image from file. Sure. Resource folders. Resources, load, images, sample image. Does that mean my images need to be in a resources folder? Yes. Let's just rename this to resources. Okay. Then we want to be able to iterate through them. Unity loop through files in resource folder. Load all. Gives me an array of sprites. That's all we need. Right, so we can say when you wake up, resources load all sprite from oh, brilliant. We can get rid of that, and we can just say public string resource folder. Does it need maybe that's not what I want. Look, I just want to load. Resources dot load all Unity. Loads all assets in a folder. Brilliant. This might work. IEnumerable does not have find index. Fine. But I'm not happy about it. Right. So that is going to load everything from the resource folder, which we're specifying. So if I go to my sprite selector view, and I specify the resource folder as faces, now I only have one face, which means I need another face for testing, which means another face for testing. Another face for testing. I'm just going to scroll up until I see a face. An actual face. In fact, which was the first one submitted? Coco with his weird tentacle thing. It's not strictly a face. I'll use his little cat. Bear with me 1 second. Just putting it in my resources. And I'll call it Coco Cat. Right. Your tentacle guy has a face, it's just eyes. Understandable? Is this going to work? No. But why? Because they're inside a player directory. Maybe that'll work. Could do. But why? Let's check if it loaded it. That's step 1. Loaded 2 sprites. Okay, so it is loading them. Why is it not? I should just move this stuff out and then nuke this for now. Why Why Delilah? Let's check if it's going in here. Left event was triggered. Coco is correct. Will I put in the effort? Left event is not being triggered. Why? Hey, Rain. Money for the subtle Tom Jones reference. Which reference? Did I do a Tom Jones reference? I might have done it instinctually. Oh yeah, why Delilah? Yeah, that was just instinctual. Is it not registering my event handler? Ah, that's why! If you override Awake Me, you need to make sure it does the base. You need to make sure it does the base. Otherwise it's not registering itself for notifications. Well, it kind of worked. I can't turn it back from being the cat, but I can turn it into the cat. Which means... What does that mean? Is this the new COD? Yeah, absolutely. What does that mean? It's repeatedly triggering the event, which means it should be setting the index. Let's add some more logging. What's the current index? Current index 0. So that's working as intended. Current index 0. Current index 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why is it always setting it to 0? It should be cycling around, right? It's 0, so it becomes -1. So it becomes max index. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Is it going to do rolling around at the speed of sound? Because it should do. Yeah. So what the hell is max index? Because max index should be 2. Right? Because there's 2 in the list. And we know there's 2 in the list because it said loaded 2 sprites. Loaded 2 sprites. Current index -1. Max index 1. Which means when it gets here, current index should be 1. Which means the new sprite should be the sprite at 1. And then it should set it, which it does, because we see it change it to the cat. And then when it comes around again, loaded 2 sprites, left event was triggered, current index -1, rolling around at the speed of sound, max index 1, current index 1, right? So then when I press it again, it still says the current index is -1. When it should be alternating between them. What do the hyphens do? Whereabouts? Here. It means they take 1 off. So index becomes index -1. And the pluses mean add 1. And C++, which is a coding language, as I'm sure you're aware, the name of it is a play on words, or rather, a play on coding language. Because there was a language called C, and there still is. It's used for graphics, sometimes. And C++ is C, but with some extra stuff added on it. And that's why it's called C++. It's a little joke. Not a very funny joke, I'll grant you that. But it is a little joke. But why isn't this working? We know it's working up to this point. Index percent max index plus max index divided by max index. Index percent max index is going to give us the remainder, right? So if it was -1, it'd give us -1. Anyway, the point is, it gives -1, then it'd add max index, which makes sense. And then it'd give you the remainder after that. So, what? You've got a max index of 1. So if you went to 2, it would say index percent max index is 1 plus max index, which is 1, gives you 2. Percent max index, which is 1, gives you 1. But you don't want 2 to be 1, you want 2 to be 0, right? Maybe. I don't know. I don't like stuff like that. Long string of letters. In my experience, stuff like that causes more harm than good. I know it's optimal, but I reached a decision many years ago that optimization can be thrown out the window because computers are really good. Unless you're doing something like super low level, I firmly believe, don't worry about optimization. Worry about readability. And that kind of thing goes entirely against my worry about readability philosophy. I'm a firm believer. Anyone should be able to look at the code and go, oh, I understand what this is doing. But that's because I work with a lot of graduates. And a lot of graduates, you want them to understand what the code does without having to ask too many questions. And making them remember, dare I say it, pointless trivia, which is what I consider that to be. Not that I would hate on people who use that kind of syntax. I just don't believe in it. So we know it's working up to this point, right? Let's get the name of the sprite and log that out, just to make sure it's getting the right sprite, which it should be. There's going to be some little nuance that I've missed. The question is, what is the nuance? Sprite Coco Cat, that's correct. Sprite Coco Cat. That's where it all falls apart. It shouldn't be doing Coco Cat again. It should be looping around. And why isn't it? Why is it finding Coco Cat as being the same index as before? Is it because I'm a fool? I think it was because I was being a fool. Yeah. Well, that was a lot of effort to go through, just to realise I'd missed out a little bit. But that's fine. Right. Let's get rid of all this debugging. So then we also want to change the sprite on the main image, right? So let's add an update event. We want to tell him the image has updated to be a new sprite. So he's gonna send the update event, and he's going to send what the new sprite is. And let's do that there as well. So then current sprite view needs to update himself. You know what? No, wait, not current sprite view. Character face has to update himself. So the way we'll do that is character builder view will I'm still not entirely convinced about this, but it's fine for now. It'll work. What am I doing? I'm making it so that the main face updates as well as the corner face. Because we have the corner face working. Alright, we have the corner face working. But we don't have the other face working. Can't believe I did this. And I should really clean up this code, but we'll do that later. For now, this needs update face event. If event name equals update face event, this dot character face dot sprite equals data 0 as image. Look. As sprite. And then we want the same thing for update hat event. Now, theoretically, theory being the wonderful thing that it is, I can set that to be update face. We'll worry about update hat in a sec. Way! And then to do hat, it shouldn't be that bad. We can turn this into a prefab. Then we can add it again. No, not a title screen. We can add another sprite selector. which we'll put here, I guess. The offset's a bit weird. I guess I'll fix that in the future. So this is face selector. This is hat selector. This just needs to be go left hat, go right hat, change the current sprite to be a hat. And then here, just change these to say hat. And it should just work. In theory. But I need a second hat. I need a second hat, huh? I guess we'll stick with doing Coco's hat. Coco hat. Oh, right. I missed one thing. Update hat. Nice. We have it working. So now, you see now that I've done 2 Mevid, you see how easy it's going to be to add bullets and shields. You see if I'd tried to do all 4 at once. You see how I said keep it simple? Welcome back, Exploiter. We just got the character creator working. Partially. So now, it doesn't look like it would have been much harder. Whatever. That's my answer to that one. Whatever. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Either way. Let's centralize these. Sure, that's fine. Look, let me move the hat selector, please. That's all I ask. Just to be able to move him. Fine. Where are you, hat selector? Where are you? A2. Hat selector. Why can't I just move you? Oh, you... Oh, right, you're all the way up there. Okay, that makes sense. Right. That's that mostly sorted. So then, what do we need to do? We need to store those two values for the player to use. Once submit is clicked. Which is fine. Totally fine. Okay. So for that, character builder controller. Let's get rid of all this. Right. If event name equals the submit event, and I probably want to think about what's that bitching about? Oh, right. I didn't make this a controller. Right, when we get that, then we can go this dot application dot view. No, wait, I need to give this the view. If this dot view, in fact, not even if, just player prefs dot add player prefs dot set string face and the value is the name. And then we want to do the same for the hat. Right. So that'll save the player's preferences. Ideally, we want to... Exploiter says the worst error is no error. Doesn't show why it's not working, not showing any errors about it. Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's like, no, your code is working fine. But it doesn't understand that it's not. It doesn't understand that what you've told it to do is not what you want it to do. That is definitely the worst. The worst error is human error. Yeah, so that saves the preferences. But then we also want to load those preferences in, right? So we want the sprite selector to be able to set those when we load that screen. Yeah, we want that. So for that, we'll just do it with an event. We'll just do it with an event. Will we just do it with an event? Yes. Keep it simple. And I know some people might say, but this isn't keeping it simple. But it is in my mind, and that's what counts. Load event. Load event? Load event? No, sod it. Screw the load event. Let's just keep it even simpler. When you wake up, saved sprite equals player prefs dot get string something. You've got an idea? Use cookies for saving customization of the player's character. We're already doing that, my dude. With the player prefs. Although I don't think it actually uses cookies. But it's, you know, doing the same thing. It's accomplishing the same goal. Mostly. What does this do if it doesn't exist? Does it just return null? This dot current sprite dot sprite equals this dot available sprites. Find name equals saved sprite. Yeah, totally. That'll totally work. Maybe. So face hat. There's a lot of cleaning up I could do here. Maybe it says cookies are for nerds and Girl Scouts. It doesn't return null. Right, what does it return? God damn it. Probably just returns an empty string. Which is lame. Empty string. Fine. It's my own fault. Now it might work. Submit. Load it back up. Come on, still be the cat. Shoot. Why are you not still the cat? And then you need access to the view. Maybe now, well, now it won't still be the cat. But if I modify it, submit. Way! Didn't expect this to still be the cat. But that's pretty good. If you use cookies, someone could just use edit this cookie to make the customization invalid, possibly making you invisible. That's a good point. Although I like to think we would do some error checking. It didn't break me, Vib. It's working entirely as intended. Do you think it's broken because this isn't updating? I haven't told this to update yet. On load. Look, it'll still work. It just doesn't update on load. Which is entirely expected. I just need to do the same thing here. In fact, it's literally the same thing. It is quite literally, well, okay. Let's do this instead. Just notify the application that you've updated it. Now it should work. Depending on load thingies. Yeah. Thought that might be the case. Need to do it in here instead. Coco probably fell asleep. If I had to guess. Yeah, we have to do this here because you can't guarantee the order in which awake me's are done, or at least not easily. Awake me is the first thing it does, so it does awake, then it does start. But you can guarantee that all awake me's are done before the start me's are. And in awake me, we register things for events. So we need to move this into start me so that when we do this, we're guaranteeing that everyone is awake, basically. Which should maybe solve the problem. Oh, thank God. So we have it. We have our character creator. Very nice. Coco sleeping preposterous. Yeah, it is a bit. So we have our character creator. Now, granted, the options aren't great at the moment, but to increase those options, all we need to do is put stuff in these two folders. Simple, right? And in the words of a certain industry figure, it just works. And then we can use those preferences once we actually join a game to set ourselves up and to tell everyone else how to set up their view of us. Should work like a charm. Except we don't get to see other people's player preferences. But we can send that data across, so it'll be okay. So, what's the one last thing we want to do when we hit submit? Destroy the view. Destroy myself. Perfect. It's not really the last thing we want to do. But it's good enough. We also want to tell the application to spawn probably the start menu again. But Callum, why don't you just use scenes? I could just use scenes. There's no denying that. But I'm not going to. At least not for the menu. We might have a separate scene for the actual game itself. But up until that point, no, no, no. So, what's the other thing we need? We need, once you log in, we can have it so once you log in, it takes you straight to the character builder, right? Then you build your character, then it takes you to the other screens. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Then it can take you to the rooms, in theory. Can I try making characters' sprite values be a big number? You want to see what will happen? Oh, I see. You mean, when you say their sprite values be a big number, do you mean the value that's saved in the preferences? Because I can do that. Callum was ear. Let's see what that does. In fact, we know what it's going to do, right? It's just going to do a giant white block. Yeah. I get the horrible feeling that's going to have just nuked my life. Oh no, we're fine. Right, let's... Was I modifying that? Not in the prefab, because... In fact, did I even make a prefab of the character builder? Shiza. I hate it when I modify something not in the character builder. What happens if I press Alt F4? I guess we'll never know. Would you like to create a new prefab or a variant of this prefab? A new prefab. Now can I delete that? You cannot undo this action. I'm willing to risk it. I'm maybe willing to risk it. I'm totally willing to risk it. Good. Right. Let's nuke that. Make sure we can bring him back. Good, good. What happens if I press Alt F4? Why don't you try it, Vib? Oh, that's right, you don't have a computer. Oh. You don't even have an Alt key. Or an F4 key. Sad times. Sad times. Right. So, let's give the entry point. You're immune to Alt F4 jokes. Yeah, I guess so. That's one way to look at it. Character builder prefab. And a title screen prefab. No invisibility. You thought if there's no sprite assigned, you'll be invisible. No, it just gives you a blank square. But we'd have some error checking in on that anyway. When it tries to spawn a player, we'd have like some default graphic where if you don't find a sprite, it uses the default sprite. Just to avoid those kind of shenanigans. Right. Let's delete that. Application, you need the character builder and the title screen. And then when you start, the first thing you're going to do is make a title screen. Perfect. Maybe perfect. Perfect. And then, yeah, exactly, a placeholder when the sprite doesn't exist. Exactly that. Because you could get that issue naturally, right? Like, let's say someone was playing and I uploaded a new version that had extra sprites. They wouldn't even necessarily be trying to hack the save file. If you had two people playing with different versions. Right, on the title screen, when you log in, before you destroy the world, fire off an event. And the event will be load character builder. And you're not actually going to be in charge of destroying yourself. And then the application the application can if event name equals load character builder. I'll probably move this around later. I want to see how it reacts. I also want current screen. If you're loading, then older version sees invalid sprite, while newer version will see everything okay. Exactly, exploiter. Which is why we don't just want like a really ugly invalid sprite. We'll just have it switch to the default. We'll just have it make it use the default, which will still be a valid character, which will be fine. So if you're loading the character builder, then destroy the current screen and instantiate the character builder. Now this is a messy way of doing it. But that's because I'm just winging it. Like, we're having to do destroy current screen over and over again. I should really have my events broken up into like different sections so that at the start you can say like if event. In fact, we can do like split, etc. If you shoot someone's heart, will it kill them? No. Absolutely not. But yeah, I think I'll revamp the event system. Is that going to work? When we hit submit, is it going to load the character screen? I think the answer is yes. Way! You wonder about GitHub Copilot. Will you code faster? What the hell is GitHub Copilot? AI paired programmer. Wow, I would never be trusting that. I mean, maybe you'll code faster with it. But maybe you'll get lazy. Maybe you'll just be training an AI. to make you obsolete. Think about that. Training an AI to make yourself obsolete? Maybe if the AI dungeon can barely make a complete sentence. Exactly. Imagine trying to get it to code. Hey, imagine trying to get AI dungeon to code. Oh, I've not tried that one yet. That's one to add to the list. Right, so that works. So then we need a menu screen, right? With a few options. Join room, create room, or we just throw out the rooms idea. I think for now, we throw out the rooms idea. We're not going to throw it out, but we want a generic MWAKS 1 style. You load the game, and it sorts it out. You make a comment, Copilot instantly will search for copyrighted code that matches your comment. Well, yeah. Capture the flag, deathmatch, or bust. For now, let's make just a deathmatch. And now's where I need to actually remember how to use Proton. I'll be back in a sec, and then we'll try and figure it out. I'm gonna have to try and remember how it works. Okay, I'm back. Just had a little something to eat. Personally, I wouldn't use an AI to write my code. What's that quote? What's that quote? Ooh! We believe that when you create a machine to do the work of a man, you take something away from the man. You know who said that? Captain Jean-Luc Picard, I think. Maybe not Picard. Someone said it. In Star Trek Insurrection. No, it was said to Picard. When you create a machine to do something for a man, you take something away from the man. Absolutely. End up asking the AI to do more and more stuff for you. I mean, I'd quite like to mess with it. Like, can I make this AI just write an entire program for me? That sounds interesting. But actually using it to do stuff for me? No. I wouldn't do it. Is that another soda can you hear? Yeah. What is it? Well, what is it not? It's not Coca-Cola. It's not Pepsi. It's not Sprite. It's not... I can't think of any others. Right. For the deathmatch, I'm going to end up making a bunch of components that are going to be used all over the place. For now, I would just like... Reeve says, in my opinion, quotes are for people who can't form their own opinions. Redditor on Ask Reddit. Very good, Mevib. Very good. Right, I think we make deathmatch, and I think we make deathmatch just for now. All we want it to do is spawn each player. Just spawn them. I think. With their name above them. I sure wish I had the MWAKS code. I mean, I do have the MWAKS code. I do definitely have the MWAKS code. Player.cs? Playermanager.cs? Do we need a player manager? Maybe. Okay. Photon network instantiate. And you give it a prefab. And where you want it to be. So... then how do you... You know what? I should just look at the goddamn demos. Where's that player? Where's that demo scene? Soda doesn't have a name. Yeah. Where's the... That doesn't help me at all. I guess the game manager. The game manager? It's got the asteroid prefabs, but it doesn't have the player prefab, does it? Right. That's not doing anything. So, right, what do they do? Mono behavior pun callbacks. Pun callbacks. Pun callbacks. On start, it sets some properties. Then it spawns an asteroid. Instantiate room object. I assume that shows it to everyone. Does it have vanilla taste or not? No, it does not taste like vanilla. Like, where is it? Oh, look, you get a master client. I want to see where it's spawning everyone else. Brian says it's probably an energy drink. Brian is not wrong. Spaceship has a photon view. So where are the spaceships getting created? I think photon network instantiate. Is going to create it for everyone. Let's check that. Let's test that. So, right, if I go back to our scene, right? Is it sugary? It is sugary. It is a sugary energy drink. Right. Let's add a player manager. Because, you know, we've had good success with player managers in the past. Then give it a script. What? Look. Right, there we go. And in what country was it manufactured? I'd have to check. One sec. I don't know if it tells me. I don't know if it tells me. You'd think it would. One second. Manufactured in the United Kingdom. Possibly. No, it's not. It's complex. It's complex. I don't think I can actually say where it's manufactured. I don't think I can actually say where it's manufactured. Sounds of me drinking sound funny. Good. Glad I can entertain. Right. So we need a player manager. We also need a player. No, oh, this is the worst. Right, we also need a player. I am from the UK, correct. Now, it looks like a player is supposed to be... Oh no, it is just a mono behavior. But it needs a photon view. Okay. It needs a photon view. Ownership transfer fixed. Let's not worry about that stuff yet. View ID 1. And let's give the player a sprite. Which is just going to be a circle for now. Right. So then, this is where we're going to slow down because we're kind of doing trial and error. You're going to be a game entity just for the sake of it. Testing, testing. Did I not give game entity? No, start me. Okay. That's fine. We can do it on start me. That's no big deal. Right. So it has a photon view, which we should probably reference. what can I do with a photon view? Hard to say. So let's say we just have a photon view, right? We just have one. Let's make it so it can move around. If key code down arrow is pressed, no. If input get key down key code S, this dot transform dot position plus equals is it a vector 3? Yeah. Vector 3 down? Let's just see what that does. Oh, right. That cat face and ears thing Coco made is called Nico Arc. Really? I don't know what that is. But I do know that I should prefab this up. I know it's a bit preemptive to prefab it. But I should. And then application needs a deathmatch prefab, and we'll just do this, even though this is not the ideal way to do it. I don't care. Right, and one more thing, which is in the character builder. Load deathmatch. So now we connect, we give it a name, we log in, we submit our character, we get a little ball that we can move around. We get a little ball that we can technically move around. Cool. Now the player camera player, in fact when you start, player camera transform set parent this dot transform. Right, now we'll follow the player. So we can move. Granted, we can only move in one direction, and we're not doing anything like multiplying by time, which we totally should be doing. But for now, we're just going to jump around. It's totally fine. We just want to get something super basic working, like really basic. Like really, really, really basic. God damn it, I had those right way around. Right, now technically, the player can move around. They're jumping around. They're jumping for miles. But that's okay. And this isn't how you'd really do it. But it is how we're doing it. Then we want to have the player also have their name above their head. So let's insert a bit of text. Let's switch its layer to be the default layer. Canvas. World space. Right? How is it you do this again? It's been so long. So long. Do we just nuke the canvas? It's possible that we just nuke the canvas. We do not just nuke the canvas. How how did I, in the past, get text to appear above his head? How did I do it? I feel like I did it with a canvas. And I just made the canvas not project. Project onto the camera. Render camera is the player camera. Is that how I did it? Maybe. Yes. Okay, good. Decompile MWAKS 1, find the code that did the text. I still have the code for MWAKS 1. I do actually still have the code. it just doesn't load in Unity anymore, so it's really awkward to navigate. Right. So then want the player to have TMP text, which is name. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. Any other guy? Do 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 do. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Did you just get rickrolled? I guess. Right. So in the player manager, we want to say when you start up, you need to be a, what is it? It's a photon mono something or other. Mono behavior pun. Is it just mono behavior pun? This class adds the property photon view while logging a warning when your game uses network view. Mono behavior pun callbacks. Okay, where's the MWAKS code? MWAKS, what did you do with a player? He was just a mono behavior. He had a photon view. On start, he did not a lot with the photon view. On update, he says if it's mine, if it's not mine, do nothing. And I think that's it, right? So then the player manager creates ourself, and that's it. Photon network instantiate. So logically, theoretically, maybe all we need to do prefab name. Prefab name? Look, I didn't agree to no prefab name. Path combine prefabs player. So, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Totally. We'll just do the same thing. Spawn point can be vector 3.0, and we want quaternion identity. Do 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 do. What do we do with player obj? Do we even store it? No. But we do steal a bunch of stuff and give it to the player. Okay, that's fine. Let's not worry about that, because the player's going to give this stuff to himself. No, he's not. Remember the dash bar. Search up Rick Astley whenever you need somebody, and you'll find alternative of Rickroll that you always use. Interesting. Right. So. Camera, I'm sorry. But I think I need you to be inside deathmatch. You thought MWAKS 1 was too old to use? It is, because Unity doesn't load it. But I can still take inspiration from it. Which is exactly what we're doing. What am I missing? Because player needs to be a prefab, right? Player needs to be a prefab. Urgh! There is no God. Look, get out of here, you two. Do 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 do. Right. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. We're just rewriting MWAKS. At the moment, we are sort of rewriting MWAKS, but in a more structured way. And then we will expand upon MWAKS. In a single stream? Probably not. Probably not. We'll see how far we get. What? Look, I just want player to be a prefab. There we go. Right, so we have a prefab called player who has a circle and is living the dream. Then player manager script needs a camera. Do 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 do. Right. That's all we need. Theoretically. Maybe, possibly. Then player manager needs to be fed the camera. And now I can prefab this, for now. And that should be good. Kind of. Except that when I create player manager, I need to feed it. You remember in MWAKS 1, I opened the game in Unity and I could pull myself out of the map. Yeah, totally. It was great, wasn't it? I'll still be able to do that. Da, 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 da. We've slowed down a bit, hit a bump. But it's okay. We'll get there. Do 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 do. Right. And then application needs the camera. And when we create the deathmatch, we need to give it the camera. No, we don't. We need to give the player manager the camera. Right. So now, theoretically, that will create a player and give it the camera. So, if I nuke this, which I'm not going to do, I'm going to unpack it. I'm going to nuke this. I'm going to nuke this. The deathmatch just has the player manager right now. And then application needs deathmatch. And the camera. Theoretically, theory being the wonderful thing that it is, that should have created a player. You'll try to snooze now. Yeah, go for it, man. Why is this not creating a player? Let's just check that this is getting called. Starting player manager. Probably because we're not in a room, right? Probably because we're not in a room. Collection was modified. Interesting. Very interesting. The variable deathmatch prefab of entry point has not been assigned. Really? Well, it's not wrong. I wonder why it's complaining about this. Which collection was modified? Which collection was modified? I feel like no collections are modified. Whatever. What's it bitching about now? Cannot instantiate before the client joined created a room. Perfect. Okay, good. So, in deathmatch, we want you to join or create room. The room is going to be called deathmatch room. Just deathmatch. And let's not worry about anything else. You have to provide room options. Okay. New room options. What are the options? Are there not any? No, there are. So the defaults are fine. For now. Typed lobby default? What does typed lobby mean? Refer to a specific lobby on the server. Name and type combined to the unique ID. The server will create lobbies on demand. Default. Sure. Right. Maybe this time. Maybe, just maybe. It'll load. It'll create a player. Cannot instantiate before the client joined, created a room, state joining. Oh, I see, I see. Understandable. Have a nice day. Photon network dot network client state. Lobby. I don't think we care about lobbies, right? Let's go back to the age-old question. How did MWAKS do it? MWAKS logged you in like right at the beginning. Join room. Room prefix. And then was there a callback on join room failed? Create room. On joined room. Photon network load level multiplayer scene index. Is it going to force me to use scenes? Because I don't want to use scenes. Although I did say I was going to use scenes for the deathmatch. Multiplayer scene index equals 1. I think it's going to force me to use scenes, you know? Maybe not, though. Useful when players make up a room name to meet in. All involved clients call the same method. Whoever's first creates the room. When successful, the client will enter the room. Client which joins the room will call back on created room and on joined room. Clients that join an existing room will only get on joined room. In all error cases, on join room failed gets called. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. So then do I have to do something special? Mono behavior pun callbacks. Right. On joined room? Was that what it was called? On joined room, which is a public override. With no parameters. So when you've joined the room, create the player. So we want to move this out of start into a create player. And let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's always the best way to do things. Reading documentation? Not for me. Trial and error? Now we're talking. Failed to load prefabs /player. Understandable. because they're not in my resources folder. Let's try again. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Are we moving around? Yes. See that? We are moving around. It's just we've got no reference points. But we are technically moving. So that's fine. So then, let's say we publish it. YOLO? Will the YOLO work? Is such a thing even possible? Maybe. Could you see other players in this super alpha? That's what we're checking. I think maybe. Like, Photon is really good because it gets rid of a lot of the work for you. I think it might let us see other players. Which is what we're going to test. Now, I don't know if anyone's still around to join the game with me. But I can just load it up in 2 windows, so it's fine. I'm going to have to go through, and you're here. Yeah, you are here, Mevib. There's no denying that. But it doesn't work for you, right? Although this time, I'm going to flick that switch. But you still don't have a WASD. But still, it would still let you join, so you wouldn't be able to move, but you might be able to join. I'll flick the mobile switch this time. I don't know if it'll help you out, if it'll work for you. But it'll be a good test. Brian's still here. Awesome. Brian can be my test companion. Do 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 do. I rickrolled myself. That's the worst part. I rickrolled myself. Is there anything worse? I'm gonna have to go through and get all the faces and hats and put them in. But as long as people followed the template, it shouldn't be that bad. As long as people followed the template, it should be okay. You think rickrolling would hit harder if the song wasn't a bop? Oh, totally, man. I've got no beef with being rickrolled. Except conceptually. But in actuality, it's not that bad. It's a pretty good song. Every time you get successfully rickrolled, you just start jamming. That's the best way to deal with it. Shame this takes so long to goddamn compile. But I guess it gives me time to reflect, look back on what we've accomplished, question whether or not it's going to work, etc. Okay, Brian. You enjoy your smoke. That's what I'm doing. I wonder why it's saying collection was modified. I'm not modifying any of my collections. Collection was modified usually happens if you modify something during a for each. But I don't even have any for eaches. It's madness. I mean, it could be saying collection was modified during the find. But collection shouldn't be modified during the find because I did dot to list. I'll have to look into that. But it's not vital because it's not breaking any functionality. So it's totally fine. Do 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 dee 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 dee. Hub 3 is now available and will install after restarting. Press X to doubt. Right, I'll make sure I toggle the mobile switch. Not that I think you'll be able to do much. Scenery in RPG is real. It is. Look, it's right there. I'd even load it up for you if I didn't think it was going to close MWAKS. Did that publish? Yes. Do 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 do. The name isn't going to matter. Everyone's just going to be called new text. Do 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 do. Right, I've moved one square to the right. Now I'm going to open it again. Do 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 do. Look, I haven't hit save yet, Meebib. Look. MWAKS 2. Electric Boogaloo. Don't worry about ticking the box, Meebib. It is now officially ticked. And look! Why are there two orbs? Why am I seemingly unable to move? But why are there two orbs? The fact that there's two orbs implies it's working, right? Here, there's a link. You're in. I assume you only see one orb. Am I correct? Does Brian only see one orb? But why are there two here? But there's not two new texts. These are the mysteries of life. Yeah, you only see one orb. I thought that'd be the case. But then, I thought that when you logged in, this guy would see two orbs. So I don't know what I think anymore. I don't know what I think anymore. One orb. Move left one square. Two orbs. Move down one square. Three orbs? Is such a thing even possible? Kind of. I mean, it's sort of working, which is all I expected. All I expected was sort of working. So, that's pretty good, actually. I mean, I don't know why it's not putting player name above everyone. When it really should be. Could it be to do with the canvas? No, because it's... Oh, I'm not setting the render camera. But then why is it appearing over me? Oh, because it's not appearing over me. It's appearing over the UI. It just looks like it's over me because I'm centered. Yeah. So there will be multiple player names. Like if I load up here, right? And then I load up here. Now I think I know why it's not adding everyone else. But if I then... You see there, we've got one player, right? Now we've got two players. Three players, which means someone else has joined. What that means is something. It means, number one, it's not updating people's positions. Ah, that's you, Mevid. So it's not updating positions, but that's fine. It is creating people. I don't know if it's deleting them again. Probably not if it's not updating positions. Yeah. Oh no, it is. It is. It's destroying them. So then it should just be me left. In a sec. So all we're missing is player synchronization. I think. Yeah. You see, when I was looking at ye olde MWAKS, right? There was a line in here. There was a line in here. Automatically sync scene. That's the one. I think we need that line. Which goes in on connected to master. Entry point. Do you need to be a game entry? Are the buttons to move yet? WASD. You just can't tell that you're moving. Unfortunately. Because there's no reference points. But you can take my word for it that you are moving. We can automatically sync the scene at that point. It's fine. You wish you could at least see your skin. Yeah, we're going to work on that, Mevib. We're going to work on that. Automatically sync scene true. Determines if all clients in a room should automatically load the same level as the master client. Yes, definitely. To synchronize the loaded level, the master client should use photonnetwork.loadLevel, which notifies the other clients before starting to load the scene. The master client loads a level directly. Yeah, that's fine. So now that I've got that locally, right? If I crank up the game, and then I click on the link, hey Mevib, how does the UI look on your screen? On your phone? You know, I'm not convinced that my controls are working. Tiny as fuck. But do the ratios look okay? Like, can you see everything? I need a reference point. You can see everything. Nice. That's really cool. Right, I have a reference point. Where's my reference point? Where's my camera? Why does my camera disappear? Look at this. Camera. Camera. Camera gone. Oh, because I changed the parent. Main camera. So... where the hell is my reference point? Oh, right. The Z-axis was way off. We have a reference point. Right, now that we have a reference point, let's publish a new version. Where do you spawn? Yeah, we weren't spawning anywhere near the reference point. But now that we have one, Mevib's not going to be able to move, unfortunately. I don't know how I'd do mobile controls. How would you do mobile controls? Mobile controls would be really weird. What would be the optimal way to control MWAKS on a mobile? You'll figure it out. Okay. I should also make it update new text to display your player name. I think that'd be quite handy. We're going to be stuck here for another 4 minutes while this builds. I guess on mobile you would, what, click to move towards where you've clicked? But then I don't know how you'd shoot. I don't know how you'd shoot. You could do a shitty little virtual controller. But they're always kind of shitty, right? But you could do that. It'd probably be your best bet. You have an idea? Uh-huh. I think virtual controller would be the only way you could do it. Because you need two analog sticks, basically. Or you need keyboard controls. Hmm. 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 I should add music. We should add music. We should add... I don't know what music we'd add. We'd have to make our own music. Or use some classical music. They're like literally the only two options. Or go to YouTube and steal some of their music. They give you a bunch of stuff that doesn't break copyright. I've never looked through it all. If your idea works, you're going to see the top fourth of the screen. Interesting. Do you plan on using your phone's keyboard to control it? Because that's going to be real awkward. Living la vida loca. You know, the good thing about this taking so long to compile is that it stops me from compiling like every time we make the slightest change. Medieval tavern music. That'd be quite good, actually. Not a bad idea. Cool, it's really not messing around. 5.5 minutes. Will it be done by 6 minutes? Probably not. But I think it'll be done by 7 minutes. It's probably because, well, it's having to compile photon, which doesn't help. But I don't know if it's compiling all the photon assets, because we really don't need all the photon assets. Right. I'm moving! Look, MWAKS. Massively multiplayer. Walking and killing simulator. Massively multiplayer walking and killing simulator. It's MWAKS. A, B, it's moving both. This is why we have the reference point. I never fixed the new text thing. Let's add C. You duped yourself somehow. That's not yourself, man. That's someone else. And yes, W and S are flipped. You are correct. Look at Coco being a wise ass. It's a login screen. It is what it is. A login screen that you can't log into. Oh, Coco. Those comments aren't going to age well. I guess they already don't age well. Making the exact same moves at the same time, though. It's because... it's because of something very important. Question. But yeah, I know W and S are flipped. A third dude? So why don't I see anyone? Maybe you guys have moved too far away. Maybe you do exist. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This reminds me of the old school MWAKS days. Remember old school MWAKS? You're near the square. If I log back in, do 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 do. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone else near the square. You're all exactly on my position. So... oh, look! Controller MeVib! Controller F! Look! Controller MeVib! Well, well, well. Controller MeVib. Owner MeVib. Creator MeVib. Look at that. So you are definitely in my game world. It won't let me move you. It will let me move you. Cool. You wouldn't see me moving you, though, unfortunately. So, what does that mean? It means we're missing a bit of code that updates other players' positions. It also means that in here, I need to be saying if photon view is mine, if it's not mine, return. That'll stop us controlling other people's characters. And then I just need to figure out where I was making it update the positions. That's all. Just figure out how I was making it update the positions. Oh look, that was my super code. Remember my superpower code? Do you remember in MWAKS when I had my superpower? And it would get every player who wasn't me. And it'd create a bunch of shields around them. And it'd fire them all at the player. And I could press the button and it'd just fire like 1,000,000 shields at everyone else who was playing. That's what this code did. It was pretty good. All I had to do was press return and everyone would die except me. It was good times. Now, how did I... Why isn't it synchronizing positions of everyone? There must be something I used to do to synchronize everyone's positions. Hey James, perhaps I could pepper them with gravel instead of smashing them with shields. Yeah, probably. It probably would have been wiser as well, because sometimes if you were fast enough, you could dodge the shields. So the question is, why isn't it updating positions? We're clearly missing something. But what are we missing? That's the fun in it. Dodging God's wrath is great. Yeah, totally. Also, good to see you, James. Haven't seen you around for a while, my friend. Photon pun. Update other player positions. Do I have separate instances of person tracking or just one? Photon is supposed to deal with it for me. Work, work, work. Understandable, man. By default, saying actor properties for actor or room properties will not take effect on the sender setter client immediately. Properties changed. I don't really care about properties changed. Frequent updates, positions, character state. For frequent updates, use object synchronization. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I feel like I should be able to figure this out just by looking at the MWAKS code, right? Maybe it was in the player manager. No, the player manager doesn't do anything. Like, it really doesn't do anything. The network controller? No, there's not really anything it does in the network controller either. Did the player manager manage player position? Photon's like a third-party library. It's a bit weird. I used it for MWAKS back in the day. Photon should manage the player positions for us, so I think I'm just missing a little setting telling it to do that. And it might have something to do with this. Because the player, which has a photon view, and doesn't even know about the network thingamajig, doesn't really do anything. Like, in the update, we literally say, if this isn't mine, do nothing. Which means Photon should be doing it all for us. Because you would think, normally, in a multiplayer game, your player manager would get gifted all the locations of the other players and would manually update them, right? But in Photon, it doesn't do that. In Photon, it does it all for you behind the scenes. Which is really handy. Thank you. The obvious feature we want to synchronize is the position and rotation of the character. Correct. Although we don't care about the rotation, but the position, for sure. Add a photon transform view. Drag the photon transform view. Oh, okay. So a player... First up, I need to fix this. We need to set the render camera on the canvas on the player when we join. So let's do that. So that we can see each other's names. No, let's not do that. Sod it. You can phase through the square, correct. It's not a physical square. Not yet. Right, so player needs a, what was it? Photon transform view? Synchronize position, not rotation. What does use local mean? Indicates if local position and local rotation should be used. Scale ignores the setting, blah de blah de blah. Okay. The photon transform view of Puntu is simple by design. Replace it with the photon transform view classic if you want the old options. The best solution is a custom IPUN observable implementation. Google is your friend, yeah. You should have hit me with a You should have hit me with a let me Google that for you. I used to love let me Google that for you. It's such a great website. Horse. Get link. And then when you go to the link, pretty good. Right. Oh shit, where's that link again? You sent let me Google that for you. It's cool colleagues for a joke. Gotta be careful not to offend. Oh yeah, totally. You do have to be careful not to offend. Drag the photon transform view from its header title onto the first observable component entry on the photon view component. No. No, I will not. Right. I do want to fix this. I feel like it's not gonna synchronize the names, right? I just feel like it's not gonna synchronize the name. Photon view owner nickname. Okay. This dot name dot text equals photon view owner nickname. Maybe it will synchronize it. I don't know. Also, I shouldn't be setting the transform like that. That's madness. I should just be doing this dot player camera transform set position and rotation. This dot transform position quaternion identity. That's much better. Right. Then I just need to have the canvas. You don't get what? Let me Google that for you does. What it used to do was open Google. It used to open Google, and then when you went to the link, it would take you to Google, and it would type it in for you and hit enter for you. However, now it started doing this weird stuff, where it makes you type the letter. Never used to do that. I think I prefer the old version. I think they've ruined it. But it used to be cool. It used to literally open Google, type in. So like if someone asks you like, how do I do this? You would go to let me Google that for you. You would type it in. You would send them a link. They would click the link. It'd open Google. It'd type in exactly what they'd asked you. And then it'd bring up the search results. It was pretty great, but I think they've ruined it. Been like 3 hours since you lost consciousness. What's happened? Well, we're actually making the game now, Coco. That's what's happened. Look up the canvas. You could surprise porn folk with the old version, bad in a corporate environment. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But you could do that anyway, just by sending them porn. So it doesn't really make a difference, does it? You can either send them a "let me Google that for you" link that directs them to porn, or you could just send them some porn with a tiny URL. I don't see the difference, personally. Right. This dot canvas dot camera equals this dot camera. Oh yeah, and Meavid's found out he can play. Right, I think if I publish another version, which I'll grant you is going to take like 7 minutes, but I think if I publish another version, they remove themselves as a surprise porn option. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. It's a good point. So, once this is done, clicking a tiny URL or bit.ly link is a total idiot move. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think this is A, gonna move people around. B, display their name above their head. C, there is no C, but A and B are pretty great. I hope it works. I could use this time to add the other customization options. I suppose. Did Brian ever do his updated? Brian's was pretty great. It's just a shame it didn't have the layers. Brian's was pretty damn great. Classic Brian, that. Classic Brian. I think you may have done Brian. It's okay. You put yours in the right channel. Really? Do 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 do. Mevib. You do realize that I can't use yours, right? Oh, nice. Coco made an ultimate template for MWAKS. Let's pin that. Good job, Coco. Why not? It follows the template technically. Because it doesn't have transparency, man. It doesn't have transparency. Look what Mevib's done. Pretty good images, I'll be the first to admit that. They're not bad. They're definitely not bad. But they're not actually transparent. Not to mention that little dot there. Don't think I didn't notice that little dot there. I'm not some sort of a rube. I see that little dot. But you can't do transparency. Yeah, you can. Surely you can save it to your phone's directory and then upload it to Discord from your phone's directory, right? Surely. Surely. Not an option. Well, Mevib, I believe the correct phrase is, my heart bleeds. It is genuinely disappointing. The mobile app doesn't have a download thingy. No way. No way is that true. Yeah, but Mevib's tied to a phone. Sadly, Mevib is tied to a phone. Ever since his potato exploded. I want to see if Mevib's right. Is Mevib right? Mobile version? Download? Look, Mevib, I hate to call your bluff. You use the app, not the site. So really what you're saying is it's human error. It's human error. Although why the app wouldn't let you download, I don't know if I believe that, man. Why would they let you make stuff but not download it? That, and I'm not exaggerating, makes 0% sense. Coco. Your comments are out of date. You might want to, you know, consider removing them. Not that I would force you to, because it's fine if you want to look like a fool. That's okay. If I'm feeling generous, Mevib, I might try and salvage them in Photoshop. I can probably salvage at least the face. The rest of it, probably not. But I might be able to salvage at least the face. Anyway. There's the link. I've got all the names. Why have I got all the names? Hey, Pelly. I assume you guys have got all the names as well. It's a feature. We're so close. That's why we've got all the names. If photon view dot owner is me, if photon view is mine, do this. No, that's not correct. You can't even load the game. Oh, Coco. Look, I've done something weird. That should work. If... No, that should work as well. No, that shouldn't work. I'm doing something funky. You see this canvas? I don't think I should need this canvas. I should be able to add text without it being UI. Unity add text to game object. Create a UI button. Set the canvas to world space. Is that it? Is that all I had to do? I think all I had to do was set the camera to world space. I can test that by running it locally. You see 3 circles in a square, what are you doing? The square is a reference point. It doesn't do anything. No, see, now I just don't see the names at all. It's setting the player name correctly, whoever Shazam is. Why is W moved down? Coco, I thought it didn't load, man. Do I need an event camera? I don't think so. Why is it not showing me the canvas? Why is the canvas so far away? I think I actually have the names. I think they're just miles away. They're just miles away. So player name, canvas. Right, okay. The canvas is too big. The text is too big. I just don't understand. Oh, he says, I am Shazam, you know, as in the comics. I can move with WASD. How do I win? You win by being the last person in the area. Why are these so frickin' big? Like, what is actually going on? Why is that a giant T? These are the questions that keep me up at night. Big font for you old folk. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Add text. Make the canvas world space. Drag the canvas to become a child. It is a child. Remove the canvas scaler component. Okay. Width 1. 0, 0, 1. Auto size the font. I mean, granted, it's talking about a 3D cube. How to put text above a game object. Add canvas to the scene, add text to the canvas, set the position using camera.world to screen point with a vertical offset. No. How did I do it in MWAKS 1? Because it was really easy. It was like beyond easy in MWAKS 1. When you move your little square and the rest move with you, you feel like you're slowly drowning them whenever you move out of frame. After a period of time, all the circles are gone. That means people are logging out. This is how you feel using XAML in C# to build interfaces. Non-intuitive. Yeah. It should be easy. It's easy for most things. For most things, it's really easy. But as soon as you try and get text involved, suddenly it throws a hissy fit. Which is annoying because I had it working in MWAKS 1, but it won't let me load MWAKS 1 anymore. Because I haven't worked on it in so long. It shouldn't be that big. The canvas is tiny. Your circle is gone and you can't move. Dunno, Coco. You must have broken it. Right, this is from 2021. Trying to figure out how text works in Unity 2D. What I'm trying to do is attach a text component to a game object and have that text move with the object. That's exactly what I want too. You need to attach a canvas to your game object. This canvas should be in world space. You want to place the text of the child in the canvas? Yeah. I have it in world space. I actually have it in world space. There's no way that that font should be that big. Look, desperate times call for desperate measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But there's no denying that that will totally work. Still says new text, but we can ignore that. It just says new text because I did not reset the text and the canvas. Look, it's me and Patino, me and Patino, me and Patino. Perfect. Could it be any more perfect? I don't think so. Now, I'll grant you, my solution there was the worst solution known to man. But you know what? It is a solution. Patino is gone. Co-cooking is here. Right. Awesome. So, I'll come up with how that's supposed to work in the future. For now, we've got very important things to do. Namely, we need people to look like their design, right? We need people to look like their design. So, let's call this character face. Duplicate. Character hat. Then player needs to have character face, character hat. Right. Then document it and then call it a WAD, works as designed. Yeah, totally, man, totally. Absolutely. I've got no idea why that does what it does. I don't know why text has to scale down to 0.01. But I'm not going to question it because it works. Character face, character hat. We need to hook them up to the player. Look. Delete. Delete. I can't add images. Start off with just character face. Sprite renderer. See, it shouldn't have to do that. Fine, sprite renderer. See if I care. Fix the controls before upload. But the controls are correct. It is merely your mindset that is wrong. Whoever said that W had to mean down? Nobody. That's an assumption. You know? Right, so they're set up. Then it's SAWD, not WASD. Totally. Exactly. That's the correct mindset. Right. You see when we create the character? You see when we save these? That's cool. You see when we set the player name? We do that here, right? We're actually going to modify that when we do the when we do this. We're going to say photon view dot shit, what was it? I've got the worst memory in the world. I've actually got the worst memory in the world. Local player nickname. Am I tripping? Photon network. All right, James. Nickname plus equals this is a kind of shoddy way of doing it, but it will work. It's how we did it in MWAKS 1. Right? So we're going to add the other details to the local player's nickname. Probably not the right way to do it, but it does work. Then when we create the player, we say name parts equals photon view owner nickname split by colon. That's going to give us all the parts. So we say the text is name parts 0, right? The first part of the nickname is the actual name. Then how did I load a sprite? Resources.load. In fact, I'll just steal this. It's not ideal doing it here, but I just want to see if I can get it working. Player slash faces. Load all the faces. We should really only do this once. But we don't care at the moment. Right now we're doing conceptual programming. Chaos coding, as I call it. Chaos coding is a philosophy that I invented. And it means just keep trying shit till it works. Doesn't matter how weird it is. Just keep trying shit. Don't read documentation too heavily. Just try stuff. Because you never know what you'll find. And then you can look at it afterwards and go, how could I make this better? And that's my coding philosophy. Stops you getting stuck in the mindsets of like, this is how you have to do things. But anyway. Hats is basically the same thing. No one ever broke new ground by doing what people told them. And that is a fact. So then we want to say character face dot sprite equals faces first or default for now x.name equals name parts 1. They have, though. No, they haven't, Mevib. No, they haven't. Construction workers are literally ordered to break new ground. See, I knew you were going to say something lame, Mevib. You really are predictable. You really are predictable. I think that's it. I mean, we'll find out because I can run it locally. It won't give anyone else their customization yet, but it should give it to me at least. It deleted my character. Why? Because load failed. Load failed? Line 26? Oh no, name parts failed. So my split didn't come up with anything. See, that's interesting. That should have worked. Debug log current nickname. That should have worked. Let's see what the log says. Nickname equals R Callum face Cocoa hat. Right? R Callum face Cocoa hat? Which is correct. So why was my index out of range? I'm splitting on colon. I mean, I understand why that'd be the case for Patino. Because Patino's using an old version of the code. But it should have at least set it for me. It should have at least set it for me. Get the first face. Okay, let's add some more debugging. And let's see what happens. It's saying my face and my hat correctly. I just can't see them. I just can't see them. Which doesn't strictly make any sense. Didn't I make them my nickname? How do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So they're in the nickname, right? But then I split the nickname out so that I can get the 3 separate parts. The face and the hat. Which is working. But then it's complaining about line 26. But I think that's just Brian. So that's okay. That error is not a relevant error. The real question is, why? Oh, look. Is it to do with... the Z-axis? No? Every time I enter your name turns to everyone's name combined. Yeah, that makes sense. How's that supposed to make my character show stuff? I'm just separating my name. No, look. You see here, we get the nickname, we split it into the 3 parts that we set up. Then we load all the faces and all the hats, and then we find the face and the hat that apply to the parts that were split out of the nickname. And we set them to be our face and our hat. And that is working because we can see that my face, when it's logged out, is Callum face, and my hat is Coco hat. So that is working. The question is, why isn't it displaying? We can actually see that it's working as well, look. We can't see it here, but you see here, look. Just ignore the fact that the camera's on us. But we can see the ears. So we know it's working. Look, here's the face. Here's the hat. But why aren't they rendering? Now I thought it might be because they're off the clipping plane. Except modifying it doesn't seem to... Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because of my change to the camera. Set position and rotation. It's because of the Z layers. What I actually need to do is whatever I did in MWAKS 1. In MWAKS 1, I manually shunted the camera back by 10. Let's just do that then. I mean, if it worked in MWAKS 1, who am I to argue? Look at that. I mean, my name's disappeared, but let's not worry about that. The reason the name disappeared is... You see this canvas's Z scaling is totally whack. Just needs to be 0. 0, 0, 0. Zero, huh? Why can't I see the canvas? 1? No, that should be 0. I can't believe I solved one problem just to break the other one. Hey look, Brian's a cube. I assume that's Brian. This text is honestly the bane of my existence. And look, it's still saying it should say new text, which isn't true. Something has gone horribly wrong. And I'm not entirely sure what. It could be the height. It could be the height. Aha! Ahaha! Ahahahahaha! Okay. So let's bring it down a little bit, because that's too high. And then make sure we save. And then if I publish again, before I publish again, oh, it's a shame we can't use MeBibs. Wow, Coco's made a bunch of weird ones. Brown egg. MeBib says wait. You have an idea. Tentacle.png. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. I need to move that interfaces. What else have we got? Oh yeah, the Among Us one. I guess I should get that. I suppose. Sus.png. What else have we got? Is that all we've got? I mean, I could add the eggs, I suppose. I don't like this faux 3D. Cocoa. But I'll allow it. Brown egg. It's round, it looks more like a snooker ball, but that's okay. I'm going to call this the sun. The sun. Have we got any more? Any more for any more? Sadly, we can't do MeVibs. This one's got a QR code. Fine, we'll add it. QR code. You fixed it. How convenient that you managed that just as I'm adding new ones. It's almost like you didn't even try. I'll add the Callum and the anti-Callum, even though I'm not happy with the quality of them. Now, MeVib. Do you notice anything different about these two? Perchance. Do you perchance notice anything different between these and this? Now, it's a trick question. I think we all know what I'm going to say. You knew I'd say that. Of course you knew I'd say that. Because my whole point all along has been stick to the template. So of course you knew I'd say that. Because you haven't stuck to the template. That's like shooting someone, and then a cop comes and is like, I'm going to arrest you for murder. And you're like, oh, I knew you were going to say that, man. I knew you were going to arrest me for murder. Come on, man. That's what it's like. You followed my specific directions 18 to 82. See, that's interesting. Because I thought it wasn't 18 to 82. Wasn't it like less than that? Maybe it was 18 to 82. But the point is, yours isn't the size of everyone else's. And you know what? That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. It was me who didn't follow my own directions. I'm not convinced that I ended up on 18 by 82, by the way. Do 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 do. Me Vib. I hate to do this. I really do hate to do this. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. How do I get my rulers? Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? That's 82 right there. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Now, I'll admit you got the top right. I'll admit you got the top corner correct. Look at my own circle. I'm not sure this is a war you want to fight, my friend. But these guys used my circle as a template. So, just to clarify, I think I've proved my point. Right. I should have been publishing while I was doing that. Ah. That's not my circle. Look, Mevib, I'll pull up my circle if you really want. If that's what it takes. If that's what it takes. That's not my circle. Where is my circle? What did I do with Discord? There it is. Do do do. Oh look, there's my circle. I love to prove me Vib wrong. I love to prove me Vib wrong. How I love to prove me Vib wrong. Do 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 do. Now I'll grant you, I'm one off there. And one off there. But the point is, Meebib, you're way out of bounds. Way out of bounds. Everyone else is consistent, and consistency is the key. The actual numbers don't matter. It's all about the consistency. Consistency is key. Everyone else is consistent. But surprise, surprise, who is the non-trend follower? Meevib. It's okay though. Is yours even a circle? It is a goddamn egg. I knew it was a goddamn egg. I was going to try and Photoshop it into the right shape. I know, I'm generous. But it's going to look naff. Make no mistake, it's going to look naff. Okay, that doesn't work. I'll try and fix it if I get bored. Please create your own threads for questions, rather than hijacking existing ones. Also, this is a 2D subforum. UI-related questions should go here. You think you fixed yours? Oh, really? That'd be great. I mean, I did just start publishing, but that would be great. Brian's is awesome. No, Brian. Sad to say, but no. Brian's is totally awesome. Basically, the only problem, you see, Brian, you see, what really needs doing? I'm assuming you didn't use layers, right? Maybe you did use layers. Basically, what you want is... You're a little retarded, you quit. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, nice, it's up. Change your preview by recording again. MWAKS 2. Right. This new build should show our names. Should show our customized characters. Uh-huh. I don't know how I feel about Tentacle. I think it might be a bit too... Nah, Tentacle's fine. Tentacle's totally fine. Is everyone picking Tentacle? I think it's because Tentacle's the best, right? It is pretty good. You've got to give Coco that. It is pretty good. There's just no denying that Tentacle is pretty good. Cool. Next up is smoothing out the movement. Because interesting. Next up is smoothing out the movement. Because, well, we just need to. Mevib can move way more fluid than we can. Unless Brian's just got those old man hands. Which is a possibility. But can you guys do this? I wonder if this will work. I want to see what happens if I put my name in as Callum again. Did it nuke the old Callum? Right, question. Did that work? Do you guys see a giant Callum? Because I think you might. But you might not. It depends whether I set the transform view. I'm normal size. Oh. It's because I didn't tell it to synchronize scale. If I set it to synchronize scale, I could have made myself grow and you guys would have seen it. Oh well. Such is life. Right, we're going to call it a day there because it's 2:30 in the morning. Tomorrow, we're going to do some more coding. It's a coding weekend. Tomorrow, we will smooth out movement, add shooting, add shields, add scores. Then we've got MWAKS 1, right? Then we've got MWAKS 1. And then we can think about what we're going to add on top of that. You'll try to make something else as a skin. And if I get bored, I will try my hardest to make your skin fit within the guidelines. Because it is a very good skin. However, I'm going to go to bed. It has been a pleasure. Not sure how many people have been interested in watching this, but at least there's been a few of you guys around. And I will catch you later. Adios.